Right, we are live. Can you all hear me? Guys, I just need to go get my laptop charger. Just need to get my laptop charger, guys. I'll be right back. Right, I'm here. Yeah, I left it on my, I left it next to my staircase and forgot to bring it down. Hang on. Right, plug this in. Because the last thing I want is my, laptop dying on me mid-stream. So it's always best to have my laptop plugged in at all times while I'm streaming. Yeah, Jacob, it's because I went out late. Tornado hit again? Yes. No chance of that, Martin. Alrighty then. Hello. Because I'm not interested, Martin, and also we already have those VHS reviews planned. Right, so hello to Spyro, Martin, Dom, Jacob, Rob, John Murray. That appears to be everyone for now. Alright, guys. That's right, John Murray. Just because it's good, Martin, that doesn't mean I'm interested in reviewing it. Hello, Timeland. Lovely to see you. So yes, as John Murray asked, John Murray is right. We will be doing more of the usual tonight. Roblox, internet surfing, talking about whatever, waiting for people to show up. All the usual stuff. So, let's waste no more time and get straight into it. I feel like starting British Railway today. I feel like starting with British Railway today. So, let's leap on in. They've got a new update, new trains, the 12 car class 745. Nice to see you, Stan. Roblox has got to update first. Hello, Cool Gamer. Very nice to see you. So how's everyone been doing these past few days? Been hot, hasn't it? At least here in the UK. Is Dom still there? Hang on. Right then. Cloudy in your area? There. So I haven't driven the class 745 on stream yet, so I'll do that first. Maybe later. Then probably later I'll drive a Loco Hold set. Been a while since I've driven a 350, though. Hold on. Right, so... Mill Bridge to Mill Bridge. Sand is on. Yeah, I like the Class 745s, but not as much as the Loco Horde sets, the Class 90 Mark III sets, and the Class 86 Mark II sets. But hang on, what's chat saying? My boy, carbonara pasta spaghetti is for dinner, and no, Ouija can't have any. Back in 2015, she met Russell Crowe. Nice. Young, sexy thing. Stan's still there. Hopefully Andrew will come on and guard this train for me. Break on. Go away, AWS. Doors open. Right, so, Havenhill. Looks like we'll be stopping at Fortis Green along the way.
The train now standing at platform 4 is the 1839 intercity service to Avonhill, calling at Fortis Green, Leeton, Belmont Green, and Avonhill. This train is formed of 12 coaches.
12 coaches. No, I'm not letting Nicholas. Look what I said in chat. Alright. Hello, Stephen. It's nice to see you. No. Ouija, you can't have any. Sorry, Stephen. I was just letting everyone know we started. Walk the bucket release. Murder ding. You can't have it? No, you can't. Aside from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Nice. Who can't say Pingus? And I have a large one. Sorry, I had to. Okay, Baxterville says he's joining. Right, on to Fortis Green. We already knew that, James. You've done this before. It's nice to see you, Stephen. It's nice to see everyone here. And hello to Train Guy.
Welcome on board this intercity service to
Stan's still there?
Calling at Fortis Green, Leeton, Belmont Green, and Avonhill. The next station is Fortis Green.
Waiting for Andrew to join so he can guard the train. Hello, Baxterville. It is a nice train, it's Baxterville. Though... Though I do prefer the trains that came before the class 745s. The 745s are nice, but not as nice as the likes of the Class 90 Mark III sets and Class 86 Mark II sets. I mean, at least these trains aren't... At least these trains aren't IETs, that's what I'll say. freaking FCC, First Capital Connect. Or just films never seen? Yeah. I get that. And Cinder's here. Welcome. Oh, I haven't cracked open my ciders yet. Next stop, Fortis Green. Oh, great.
We will shortly be arriving at Fortis Green. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform edge.
It was only really funny once, that's fair. All of his roles? Yeah, you just said that. Oh shit, I overshot, didn't realise. Looks like these trains can only just fit in the Fortis Green platforms. Fortis Green. Next stop, Leeton. In Israel and the Middle East? That's interesting,
Welcome on
Jacob.
board this intercity
here's
service
Andrew.
to Avonhill, calling at
Guard the train.
Leeton, Belmont Green,
Where's
and
that damn
Avonhill.
Ford Chaos Emerald? It's up my bottom.
The next station
I have no
is
shame in
Leeton.
saying that joke. Yeah, and you... Are Dom, Stephen and Stan all still there? Oh, by the way, to everyone who's seen my, Awesome, Stan. Just have nothing to say. To everyone who saw my, my review video of the GWR Pannier, 5700 Pannier, if anyone saw my review of that, thank you. Awesome, Dom. And what about Stephen? And, yeah, to everyone who saw that, thank you. For those who haven't seen it, I'd appreciate it if you did so after this stream. I'll see if I can do more of those model railway reviews. They won't be... If I do more model railway reviews, they won't be really a regular thing. They'll just be... I'll just do them every time I get a boxed model. Every time I get a new model that comes in a proper box.
We will shortly be arriving at Leeton. Change here for
Thanks, John,
trains
right.
to Ashton,
Anyway,
Norrington, and Victorian.
Well, we got a red coming up. Thank God I'm stopping at Leeton. I don't think I'll do reviews of the ones of any trains I get for Christmas or my birthday, though. Just ones I buy with my own money, and come in a box. And are, like, properly boxed. Ah, Andrew's already at the door. Lovely. This is why I like having Andrew guard my trains. He's very efficient. He knows exactly
The
how
train
the
now
procedure
approaching
works
platform
and what
5
to do.
is the 18
What
regional
keyboard commands to
service
press,
to
unlike
Victoria
most
Docks,
of
calling
the,
at Marion, Whetstone, Abbey Road, and Victoria Docks. This train
now
is
I'm
formed
stuck
of
behind a
2
goddamn
coaches.
regional service. Crackety. Grimble. Cloud Jesus. Really, Jacob? Ray area. Now I'm gonna be stuck behind this bugger. It's really late as well. Should have been at Bawtry Road ages ago.
Welcome on board this intercity service to Avonhill, calling at Belmont Green and Avonhill. The next station is Belmont Green.
Now I'm stuck behind a really late pacer. Oh, I'm gonna spaz. Don't mind having a... Not... I do mind, actually. I don't want to have a look. It's a nose job. A nose job, Jesus. Do you have your brakes? Oh, Stan's decided to join me in this game. Oh, and Dom as well. Nice. Nice to have so many people in. Are you still in the chat, Andrew, or are you busy with your guard duties on here?
We will shortly be arriving at Belmont Green.
Awesome. Break on. Thank you, Andrew. Let's see if we can make up for lost time. Let's see if we can make up for lost time, Andrew. Let's go. Non-stop to Avonhill now.
Welcome on board this intercity service to Avonhill, calling at Avonhill only. The next station is Avonhill, where this train terminates. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings with you when leaving the train.
Go 1,000,000 miles an hour and get there on time. I'll do my best, Baxter. Shit, speeding. So how are Dom and Stan doing in this game at the moment? How are they doing? Andrew, I'm happy to guard your train after I've gone up to Avonhill, then down to Cuffley. I'm happy to guard your train after this. Welcome back, Dom. So how's it going for you? Why did you leave, Stan? Welcome. Hello, MLP fan. Nice to see you. This game isn't boring, Stan. It's anything but. Especially with the constant updates. New trains and such. "17 people, very nice. They really aren't, Stan. Granted, modern trains aren't as good as older ones, I'll give you that, but I still have interest in modern trains. as in trains built from around the 1980s onwards, I still have interest in those. Lakeside Rail? Yeah, I think I have. Isn't it weird how we always pick same days to go to? It is weird. It is a bit weird, Dom, but in a good way. Yeah, it is a bit weird, but in a good way. It's more than that, Stan. You gotta pay attention to the AWS as well. Sometimes you gotta put your Sanders on. And not all of them are just levers. Not all of them are just levers. You have a brake lever to worry about as well. Turn the wipers off? Okay. Bugger off, AWS. I'm sure you will one day, Train Guy. It's an amazing place. Oh shit, now I've got a intercity service coming the other way. Bugger. Yeah, it's more than that, Stan. And you also operate the doors yourself, Stan? When you have a guard. When you don't have a guard, anyway. At least this guy's coming fast. That's so basic. Yeah, and... if it runs on rails, then it's a train, or a rail vehicle of some sort. And if it's a rail vehicle, then I'm gonna like it. Regardless of what kind of train it is. No life to them? I disagree, Stan. Granted, not as much life as older trains, but they don't. I wouldn't say they have no life to them. Jim Carrey is sharp.
You will shortly be arriving at Avonhill, where this train terminates. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings
honestly,
with you when
Jacob,
leaving the
I
train.
think Jim
Change
Carrey would
here
be better
for
suited in the
tram
role
and
of
bus
the
services
Baron.
to other destinations. Please
Yeah,
mind
Jim
the gap
Carrey would be
between the
better
train
suited
and the
in the role
platform
of the
edge.
Baron. Think you having a crap? Is this the sequel to the episode where he pees on the floor? Jesus. Bugger off, AWS. 69s are the best modern diesels. Yeah, honestly, I think I like the Class 69s more than the... I think I like the Class 69s more than the 66s and 67s. I know they're just rebuilt Class 56s, but... I like them, and at least that means, if they're being rebuilt from Class 56s, at least that means that the Class 56s are getting
This
a
is
new lease
Avonhill.
on life.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform edge. Change here for tram and bus services to other destinations. This train terminates here. Please ensure
Poorly
that
made
you
image was
take
a
all
high
your
quality
personal
shit
belongings with you
post.
when leaving the train.
That's perfect.
Thank you for traveling with us today.
Class 99? Yeah, it's good, I guess. Though I
Welcome
think
on
I
board
prefer
this
the Class
intercity service
93,
to Cuffley.
Andrew.
calling at
I'll
Belmont
like the
Green,
Class 93s
Preston
even
Junction,
more if they end up
Hume
being
Heath,
used on passenger
Norrington,
services.
and Cuffley.
On your train? Nice, Dom. Yeah, why can't we have Class 93s hauling Mark V coaches instead of more IETs? That 10 out of 10 spelling? Oh. I wouldn't say that, Stan. They're not the best. For me, the best ones are the 9Fs. Panniers are superior? Yes, I do agree, Dom. Pannier tanks for their unique looks alone. Pannier tanks for their unique looks alone are among my favourite tank engines. Simply for their looks. And I'm glad a high number of them were preserved. Yes, Dom, I do agree that Panniers are superior. Panniers are definitely a lot more interesting than austerities. Frames of Pingu on the toilet in the original series? Lol. The S160s are the best? Oh yeah, they're really good as well, train guy, though. My favourite steam locomotives, and indeed favourite trains in general, will always be the 9F.
Welcome on board this intercity service to Cuffley, calling at Belmont Green, Preston Junction, Hume Heath, Norrington, and Cuffley.
So what if the
next
Panniers were
station is
bound to the
Belmont
Western region,
Green.
Stan? In fact, being confined to a single region makes locomotives more unique, in my opinion. Isn't that right, Dom? Thank you. Thank you, Dom. My favourite tank engines of all, though, are the Great Western Railway 4200s. Those 280 Mogul tank engines, the ones that were used on long coal trains in Wales. Those are without question my favourite tank engines. Panniers are definitely in my top 10 tank engines, though. War Department standard shunter. So what if they weren't, Stan? Panniers were used on the National Coal Board as well. 2 MT tanks? Nah, train guy. It's the 4200s that are the best ones. The GWR made some really good tank engines, though of course their tender engines are way better. Yeah, guys, if you know me, you'll know I prefer tender engines over tank engines. Nearly as much tractive effort. So what, Stan? So what if they didn't, Stan? Best steamer? Yeah, I do like Green Goddess, but for me, Harlequin's the best RH&DR engine. Hugh Bonneville might play the Baron? Right. I know what I want to do today! Yeah, saying that in Patrick's voice. No, I don't, MLP fan. Hang on, it looks like, excuse me. Looks like Dom's posted a picture of me driving. Posted a screenshot. Right. Heroes of the working class. In a way, I guess, Stan, that doesn't make them interesting locomotives, though. At least in my opinion. My opinion on the austerities is pretty much the same as Terrier 55 opinion. Terrier 55... I share the same opinion on austerities as Terrier 55 Stepney. Austerities aren't that bad, they're just a little bit dull. That's what I think. Dirty and have power. Well, the Panniers got dirty and have power as well, Stan. Especially the ones that worked on the National Coal Board and towards the end of their lives. Chaos in a roleplay? What?! How does a Voyager on the opposite track spad me? How? The signaling system in this game, man. This is one of the few things I don't like about BR, guys. The signaling system is just a little bit broken. Shunt coaches and pull small trains? Nah, they did more than that, Stan. Don't forget, Stan, Pannier's also worked for London Transport on permanent way trains towards the end of their lives. And like I said, some of them worked for the National Coal Board. I know, Stan. Talking engines? Alright. Emma Thompson as the Baroness? She'd be good. Seeing 5 this weekend? 5 austerities in one place, seriously. Derail their train? That's impossible in this game, Baxterville, as much as I'd like to. Mountain Ash? Nice. I'm pretty sure the last NCB Pannier... wasn't withdrawn until 1975. Yeah, while BR retired steam from the main lines in 1968, steam was still used on industrial railways into the 1970s and 80s in this country, which I appreciate.
We will shortly be arriving at Belmont Green.
And I believe the last Pannier was withdrawn from NCB use. The last Pannier was withdrawn from NCB use in 1975, I think. That's what I read on Wikipedia earlier today, anyway. In fact, until today, I wasn't even aware that some Panniers worked for the NCB. I may have heard that before, actually, I just forgot. I've always known that some Panniers were on London Transport, though. Are Dom and Andrew both still there? Yeah, Andrew's probably still hard at work, guarding my train. D to you too. Is Stan still there? D for Dick. Let's go. Straight through to Preston Junction, then Hume Heath, then Norrington, and then Cuffley.
Welcome on board this intercity service to Cuffley, calling at Preston Junction, Hume
10
Heath,
times better
Norrington,
from industrial
and
work.
Cuffley.
I guess, Stan, but
The
even
next
so, there are
station is
so many other
Preston
industrial
Junction.
engines I prefer over austerities. Like Peckets, for example. 060 Peckets are adorable for me. as it was cheap. Cheap or not, it was still a better choice than yet another austerity. Better water capacity. What? Even though the Panniers have large dedicated tanks on each side of their boilers for their water. There's a pacer pulling out onto the main line.
Service
I wanted to get ahead of that pacer because I thought it was going to cut in front of me. That's why I sped up. More durable. Well, so can most engines, Stan. Most engines can get dirty and they're fine. No! I should have sped up and gone ahead of that other intercity. Austerity's thrived. Oh, Jesus. Where's this one going to? Oh, it's a semi-fast service. That means it'll be on the outer track. So I'm not going to be stuck behind it. Thank God. Thank God. God. Thank God. But yeah, I should have accelerated ahead in front of that train. Least favorite industrial tank engines? Why are Peckett's your least favorite? I thought you really liked Peckett's and Andrew Barclay's. Why are they your least favorite? Is Dom still there? Gone.
We will shortly be arriving at Freston Junction. Change here for
Right
trains to Norrington. Change here
Best
for
tank engines.
tram and bus services.
Well, I do
to
like
other
Andrew
destinations.
Barclay's. I do
Please
think they're
mind the gap
cute.
between the train and the platform
I
edge.
think Peckett's are still some of my favourites. I instantly think of you. That's sweet. That's sweet of you to say, John Murray. Care to do the honours, Andrew? Lovely.
This is Freston Junction. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform edge. Change here for.
We are sorry that the
This is an intercity service to Cuffley.
Cuffley has been cancelled. This is
Next
due to a
stop,
member
Hume
of train
Heath.
crew being unavailable. We apologize for the disruption to your journey today.
Welcome on
So while
board
we're
this
heading
intercity
towards
service
Hume
to
Heath,
Cuffley,
I'll,
calling at Hume Heath, Norrington, and Cuffley. The next station is
Here's
Hume
the
Heath.
NCB Pannier tank. Wait, no, that's a model. Here we are. Here's one of the Panniers that worked at the NCB, number 7754. Rather basic livery, but I do like how they gave it red side rods, and yeah. Seeing this work at a colliery still be a lot better, a lot more interesting. It would have been a lot more interesting to see a Pannier working in a colliery than an austerity, in my opinion anyway. Looks like they modified this Pannier for the colliery. This one looks a bit weird, but not too bad. Don't know why it needed all these modifications. There's a little wasp stripe thing at the back, like a diesel engine. Looks a bit like a Class 03 shunter, this Pannier. God. I don't know why these wouldn't have sufficed, though, just painting it like this, rather than doing it all up like this. Yeah, certainly would have been a lot more interesting to see Panniers working at collieries than austerities, in my opinion. I know Stan wouldn't agree, but that's just my opinion. Hang on, guys, I'm just going to check how many ciders I've got left in the fridge. Yeah, that should last me another few days. You have zero taste? So what if I don't, Stan? Still there, Dom? Who cares, Stan? What I like is what I like. Ice cream soup to the school party, I guess. That worked up here in collieries are better. That's what I'm saying, though, Stan. That's what I'm saying, though, Stan. Oh, the different Pannier tanks, I see. The northeastern Panniers. I see. Go away, AWS. Looks like I've made up lost time. Alright, John Murray. That's alright. See you in a bit. Definitive best steam locomotives. They really aren't, Stan.
Please mind
For
the
me,
gap
it's the
between the
9Fs
and the
that are
platform edge.
the definitive best ones. Favorite James Bond villain? For me, I think it would be Alec Trevelyan from GoldenEye. Not just because GoldenEye's my favourite James Bond film, but also because I like Alec as a character, and I like his backstory, and his motivations for wanting revenge on the British government. A bit bland? A bit bland, my arse, train guy. They're anything but bland. A bit bland, my arse. Even Stan likes 9Fs, don't you, Stan? My arse. Never in my entire life have I heard anyone call 9Fs bland before. Everyone I've spoken to at least likes 9Fs to a degree. It may not be their favourite ones, but but they do like them to a degree. And they can all understand why 9Fs are my favourite. War Department 210s. They're good, but no, the 9Fs are better. See? Odd job from Goldfinger? That's fair. Allow us to introduce ourselves. Yeah, I remember that. Hi, H&MC Squared. Nice to see you. I remember that moment during GoldenEye, James. Right, Norrington, next stop. Not in Markdown, you dumb... it's Sheriff who says that, Martin.
Welcome on board this intercity service to Cuffley, calling at Norrington and Cuffley. The next station
Train
is
Guy 9Fs are
Norrington.
not bland in the slightest. They may not be Stan's favourite locomotives, but even he agrees that they're good. Mr. Men remake of GoldenEye. Honestly, James, that would be hilarious. Utopia, oh nice. Mr. Men remake ideas will come back? Nice. I've DM'd Turbo J UK about his absence, and he did tell me that he will come back one day. I'm hopeful he'll keep his word on that. Oh good, an in-city service had just left. Good, Norrington's clear for me to enter. Right, break on!
We will shortly be arriving at Norrington. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform edge.
You like the Thompson A-class engines? I do too, Stan. You've mentioned those, but you've mentioned the Q6s and J72s before. Parody in Toy Story 2? What, with Stinky... Was it with Stinky Pete, Jacob, that it was parodied? Just that there is better? Nah. Train Guy. Nah, Train Guy. The 9Fs are the best steam locomotives of all.
This is Norrington. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform edge.
The reason...
This is an intercity service.
Oh yeah,
to
the Thompson
Cuffley.
A1s. They're good. They are good, Stan. Especially 601, especially the new build Tornado. Wait, no, Arthur Peppercorn designed those. The Thompson A1s are the ones with the cylinders that are slightly further back, aren't they, Stan? God, there were so many different A1s designed for the LNER. The Gresley A1s, the Peppercorn A1s, and the Thompson A1s. I get the Thompson A1s, I get the Thompson and Peppercorn A1s mixed up sometimes. You like the Peppercorn A1s and Thompsons equally? Good. I remember you said there was a time you weren't that interested in Tornado the Locomotive, Stan. I really like Tornado, though. Only difference with the Thompson A1s visually is that the cylinders are slightly further back than they are. On the Peppercorn A1s. Are the cylinders recessed further back on the Thompson A1s for maintenance reasons, Stan? I knew there was some sort of reason they were like that. Is it for maintenance reasons, Stan, or performance reasons? Tornado is overrated? No, it really isn't, Train Guy. I really like Tornado as well. Yeah, I understand that, Stan. End of the first Toy Story. Why time, lad? Next stop, Cuffley. Oh, and Mr. Potato Head throws his hat. I see.
Welcome on board this intercity service to Cuffley, calling at Cuffley only. The next station is Cuffley, where this train terminates. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings with you when you
And I've been meaning to say, guys, I got to see my favourite 9F of all, in person when I was at the National Railway Museum a couple days ago. Evening Star is my favourite of the 9Fs. They could use shorter connecting rods, and was that done for maintenance or performance reasons, Stan? Yeah, I know, Time Lad. It was kind of justified, I guess, though. Especially, it would have been justified had Pixar stuck with their original vision for Woody being a huge jerk. Didn't the cylinder position... Correct me if I'm wrong, Stan, but didn't the cylinder position on the Thompson A1s cause very frequent wheel slip? Because I've heard that was a problem with the Thompson A1s. 91 now if he was still alive? Nice. 2,000 years later. You don't know? Oh. Didn't those shorter connecting rods cause wheel slip issues on the Thompson A1 stand? Because I heard somewhere they did. Go back to Andy's. No, not really. He'd been manipulated, though, Time Lad. Not 91. No, I did say 99. I see what you said. Stinky Winky, Poo Pants Pete. Jesus. Jesus. It's fine, Jacob. On. most overrated? That's a difficult one, Stan, because I like the vast majority of locomotives and multiple units. I can't really pick an overrated one. Okay then, Stan, what's your most overrated? I don't know, time lad. Stan, the HSTs are most certainly not
We will shortly
overrated.
be arriving at
There is
Cathay,
a
where
very
this
good
train
reason
terminates.
the
Please
HSTs
ensure
are
you
so
take all your
beloved.
personal belongings with you when
Not
leaving the
only
train.
do they
Please
sound
mind the gap
awesome when
between the train
departing, not
and the
only do they
platform
look
edge.
awesome, not only are they really, really comfortable to travel on, not only are they really pleasant to travel on, not only do they look amazing, not only do they sound amazing, but the biggest one of the biggest reasons the HSTs are so beloved, Stan, is because they literally saved passenger trains in this country. Passenger services in this country wouldn't be where they are today were it not for the HSTs. Passenger numbers would not have been restored on BR so easily were it not for the HST. Right. Plus, they were some of the first trains in this country to travel at 125 miles an hour in regular service. So I don't understand why you think the HSTs are overrated, Stan. They look so basic, they really don't. They look amazing. I love the streamlined design of them. Overrated my ass. So Andrew, are you gonna spawn a train for me to guard now? We need a penis. Where's your honor, Where is your honor, dirtbag? You are an absolute disgrace. We'll be dead. He's older than us, so he might be dead. Right, let's see. Andrew. Oh, why did you decide to drive a single class 153 today, Andrew? Oh, looks like we're doing a long route, looping all the way around to Cuffley. Why not? Yeah, I guess. This is going to take forever, though. This is going to take over an hour to do most of the stream. Overrated my arse, Stan. So yeah, I got to see my... So yeah, guys, I got to see my favourite 9F of all when I was at the National Railway Museum, Evening Star. And the reason Evening Star is my favourite 9F isn't just because it's painted Brunswick green, which is a rarity for the 9Fs. Most of the 9Fs were painted BR black. So giving Evening Star a Brunswick green livery was a good choice, make it a bit more unique. The other bigger reason I like Evening Star the most, of all the 9Fs, is because of its historical significance. Release local. Hello, Electro. Nice to see you here nice and early. Right now, we've been talking about trains quite a lot most of the stream, naturally. Rue was the main character. Rue was the main character in Springtime for Rue, and, Pace is bullying me today, I can read the chat there. Rue was also the main character in Springtime for Rue, as well as Rabbit. strange buzzer sound. Norrington to Marion. Oh, incorrect date. Approve.
Welcome on board this regional service to Cuffley.
Oh,
calling
Ruse
at-
heck of a movie. Cola Kids, and this one isn't poisonous to anybody that we know of. Oh, now it looks like Luigi's driving a 153. Mr. L, rather. So yeah, we've been talking about trains a lot so far, Electro. Mainly the Pannier, the Great Western Railway Pannier tanks, and industrial engines. And right now, Electro, I'm explaining to everyone why the 9Fs are my favourites. As I was saying, guys, the other bigger reason, aside from Evening Star being painted Brunswick green, the other bigger reason Evening Star is my favourite of the 9Fs is because of its historical significance. It was the very last steam locomotive built for mainline service on British railways ever. The very last one ever built for mainline service on British railways. Having a working life of just 5 years and being slated for preservation from the moment it rolled out of the factory of the locomotive works. Never saw the scrapyard, Evening Star. It was always intended for preservation. Still there, Electro? And Evening Star remained the last steam locomotive built in this country until Tornado was completed 48 years later in 2008. So 1960 Evening Star was built. It only had 5 years in revenue service before being withdrawn, and was immediately preserved, as had been the intention. You still there, Electro? I'll let Neon know you're here in a moment, Electro.
Welcome on board this
I've
regional
already
service
explained to Electro.
Cuffley.
When me and Electro met in person, I explained to him why the 9Fs were my favourite steam locomotives. I'll just let Neon know you're here, Electro. Shit. Hang on. Voice rabbit again? I don't know. Anthony Hopkins played out? That'll be cool. Is Stan still there? Just wait by the door until we reach Hugh Heath. So guys, the reason the 9Fs are my favourite steam locomotives of all is because the 9Fs... Hello Neon, very nice to see you. Ah, is that what you were quoting, Electro? The Krusty the Clown from The Simpsons. Ah, I wouldn't have known. The 14th Amendment says that makes you a citizen and it's a real problem. Can we fix it? In 2011 film? Nice. So Neon, I'm just explaining to everyone why the 9Fs are my favourite steam locomotives. And I like and why Evening Star is my favourite of the 9Fs for its historical significance, being the very last British steam locomotive ever built for mainline service. for revenue service. 8.5 of that 155. It's a 153, Stan. Chloe 8 places. Chloe 8 part of a 155 to make it a 153. Jesus Christ. Oh, you're so funny, Neon. You really are. Hang on, I'll let Electro know you've arrived. That's not Stan. Sorry. Did I get it? Whatever. Oh my god. Right. Unlock, release local, release doors. Oh yeah, you did say you were taking care of dog.
Please mind the gap between the train.
Was
and
it
the
your brother's
platform
dogs
edge.
you said you were taking care of, or someone
For
else's?
service to
Right.
Cuffley.
You simply have less value. Even though he's dead. Nice, Jacob. Right away, driver. So, as I was saying, guys, the reason 9Fs are my
Welcome
favourite
on board this regional
steam
service to
locomotives of all,
Cuffley.
and indeed my favourite rail vehicles of all. That's fine, you know why? Why? Is because... Oh shit, didn't mean to open the stupid gaming hub. The reason 9Fs are my favourite steam locomotives, and indeed rail vehicles in general, of all... I'm gonna tell a man in the hill story, they are his favourites. Is because... Oh, same actor. The reason is because 9Fs basically embody everything I love about locomotives, and indeed steam locomotives. They yeah, the 9Fs embody everything I love about steam trains. The 9Fs are big, they're really big, they have lots of driving wheels, 10 driving wheels, plus a pony truck at the front. They're big, powerful freight engines designed to pull really long freight trains, something which is an awesome sight to see. When I was a kid, I preferred freight trains over passenger trains, though of course nowadays I like them equally. So yeah, 9Fs are big, they have lots of driving wheels, they pull really long heavy freight trains, something which my kids self-loved. They're tender engines. Of course, you guys know I prefer tender engines over tank engines. They have smoke deflectors. Of course, in my opinion, smoke deflectors almost always make steam locomotives look more badass. They have awesome whistles, huge boilers that require a lot of steam pressure to work, nice big tenders, and they are overall just awesome locomotives. 9Fs are basically everything I love about steam locomotives, all rolled up into a single engine. That is why I love them so much. Can everyone understand where I'm coming from there? And there's dinner. Driver. No, I'm asleep! No balls in Toy Story 1. Alpha steam engine. No doubt about that, Neon. The 9Fs are, without question, the alpha steam locomotives.
Regional service to Norrington has been cancelled. This is due to a member of train crew being unavailable. We apologize for the disruption to your journey today.
Yes, the 9Fs are without question the alpha steam locomotive. Right. Unlock panel. Unlock. Release local. Release doors.
This is
And I showed when me and Electro went to the Bluebell Railway, I showed him the 9F that the Bluebell Railway own, and I explained to him there why my 9Fs are my favourite, giving him all the same reasons I've just given you all. Need a shower shortly? That's all right, Neon. One. Little Miss Trouble? That's fair. This is the 9F I showed Electro that happened to be in Sheffield Park Station signings at the time. Number 92240. This is the one I showed Electro. Oh, you decide you will be watching Wicked, Electro. It's a long film though. It's a very long film. In more recent years, I know, there was a Black 5 in service when me and you went to the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway, wasn't there, Neon? You have travelled behind a standard class 2 before on the Bluebell on the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway as well. Yeah, but the thing is, Electro, the film will probably... This stream will be nearly over by the time the film you're watching is finished. This evening, but passed? Why did you pass? They're still your favourite trains, Electro? The Irish Rail 22,000s? Favourite from Ireland? Oh. The Irish Rail 22,000 class is, to me, the Irish equivalent of the IETs. Like the IETs, the 22,000s for me aren't that bad, they're just a bit dull. My favourite Irish locomotives, diesel locomotives anyway, would be the 201 class. These are used not only on certain freight trains, but also on the Cork Express between Dublin and Cork, in tandem with the Mark IV coaches, as well as on the Enterprise service. How are they dull? Well, for one thing, Electro, there's so many 22,000s, they are literally everywhere. They literally replaced all of the much more interesting Mark II and Mark III coaches that Irish Rail ran on their trains on their intercity trains previously, as well as the much more interesting 71 class and 141 class diesels. Pass it for being the stock model? Well, I guess, but it's still kind of boring. The 201 class, I think, are my favourite Irish diesels. As for Irish steam locomotives, the Irish steam locomotives that are my favourites, I'd have to have a think about that. But being steam locomotives, I reckon I prefer them.
Station is Freston Junction.
I have just now, Andrew. Not sure when I'll ever ride one. When I eventually go to Ireland to see Electro, whether it's this year or next year, when I eventually go to Ireland to see him, I do really want to go on the Cork Express with him. the ones that are worked by the 201 class diesels and Mark IV coaches. So basically these coaches, basically, with a class 201 diesel at one end and Mark IV DDT at the other, working in push-pull formation. Well then, Neon. How about next year, me and you go to Ireland together to see Electro? Very raked widescreen. Yeah, I see what you mean in terms of the class 201 diesels. Electro, if you're still there, what do you think of the 201 diesel locomotives, Electro? Alright. 10 years anniversary 2022, cool. Right. Open guard panel, unlock, release local,
The
release
train
doors.
now approaching platform 5.
So Electro, if you're still there, what do you think of these diesels, the 201 class? Because these are my favourites. Alright, Stan.
Coaches.
And the platform edge. Change here
Getting
for
bored?
trains
Why?
to Norrington. Change here for tram and bus services to other destinations.
And they look great in the
This is a
Enterprise
regional
grey,
service to
purple and red
Cuffley.
livery. And black. They do look neat, they do indeed. Let's go. Alright, Neon.
Welcome on board this regional service to Cuffley, calling at St. James Park, Leeton, Merion, Whetstone, Abbey Road, Longbow, Russell Lane, Broomfield.
Whatever
Merion,
you do,
Leeton,
do
St.
not
James
eat
Park,
the free
Preston
pistachio
Junction,
ice
Forest
cream.
Aston,
It has
Sheen Heath,
turned.
Norrington, Wallsend,
But yeah,
Ashby
these are my
Kirkside,
favourite
and Cuffley.
Irish diesel locomotives, the
The
201
next
class.
station is St. James Park.
I do love the streamlined appearance of these diesels. Plus, they sound amazing when they start away. Oh, go away. Right. Irish steam locomotives. Now, as for Irish steam locomotives, there are many I like, but I'm not sure which is my favourite.
We will shortly be arriving at St.
Benny Hill, little shite. Do not eat the free pistachio ice cream. It has turned. Turned into shit. Sorry. Right. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh shit, I haven't. Oh shit, I need to check this guy's ticket. Reject. Right. Unlock. Release local. Release doors. Release doors. Why didn't the button work? Jesus. Sir, Oh wait, I can't
This
check
is
tickets
St.
while I'm
James
there.
Park. a
Big
night
bit,
here
big
for
cook bitch and
Park.
little cook shit.
This is a regional
Jesus.
service to Cuffley. Welcome on board this regional service to Cuffley. The next station is
Oh yeah,
Luton.
guys, I've just remembered. So, as next Friday is going to be the 4th of July, guys, which as many of you know is of course American Independence Day, I've decided that I want to theme next week's live stream to American trains. I have been wanting to talk about American trains extensively on stream before, and I feel that as next week is the 4th of July, I reckon it couldn't be a better time to do it. Transcontinental Railroad. Yeah, we'll be talking about things like the Transcontinental Railroad and how much of an amazing engineering achievement that was, as well as some of my favourite locomotives, American locomotives, including Union Pacific number 844 and the New York Central Railroad Niagaras. And of course the big boys. It wouldn't be a stream about American trains if I didn't talk about the big boys. Release local, release yours. It wouldn't be a stream.
This is Luton. Change here for trains to Ashdean, Avonhill,
The
Belmont
Milwaukee
Green,
Road.
Millbridge,
I
Norrington,
might talk
and
about
Victorian
the
Docks.
Milwaukee Road, but mainly
This
for
is
the
a regional
memes though. Wonder if and when we'll see Odd tonight. The Milwaukee Road? Is Electro still there, or has he gone off to watch Wicked yet? The Wicked Bitch.
The train now approaching platform
Welcome on
4
board
is
this
the
regional service to
regional
Cuffley.
Oh yeah, and
service
tomorrow,
to Belmont
guys,
Green,
I've decided I want to go to
and
the Blue Bell
Belmont Green.
Railways
This
Model
train
Railway
is formed
weekend
of
again,
2
just
coaches.
as I did last year.
St. James Park, Freston Junction, Forest
The
Day,
train now approaching
Astley,
platform
Hume
2
Heath,
is the
Norrington, Wolseley,
intercity
Ashford.
service to Avonhill,
It's
calling
going to be
at
on this
Belmont
side.
Green, Fleetwood.
Oh, it's been a while
Avonhill.
since I've
This
driven the
train
class
is formed of
321.
12
I
coaches.
might do that towards the end of the stream.
The train now approaching platform 4 is the regional service to Belmont Green.
What am I? Oh yeah, Merlin is number 85. Merlin is a very nice engine. I love its blue livery. This is number 85. Trying to look for a nice image to show Electro. And now we're stuck behind a 158. Brake! Andrew, brakes! I thought he was going to spad. He just about avoided spadding. And it's just turned yellow. And double yellow. Now it's red. Number 85. I think this one's got to be my favourite Irish steam locomotive. Number 800, Maydeb. This is probably my favourite. Right then. Unlock. Release local. Release doors. Local. Looks like a chicken. Bad Guys. Oh, I forgot about Bad Guys 2. Yeah, I really enjoyed the first Bad Guys, and the second one looks really good. I'm definitely seeing the second one. Tickets, please.
Welcome on board this regional service to
No
Cuffley.
tickets, it seems. No one needs
The
their
next
tickets checked.
station is Whetstone.
Gonna be streaming with fans? That's alright. Andrew, thanks for telling me. This is one of my favourites. Number 800, Mandeb. Favourite Irish ones. It's also one of the largest in Ireland. Basically, this is an Irish Black 5. July 28th. Nice. Webs. Yeah, I remember her. She's the spider, isn't she? Hence her name. Brakes! Andrew, brakes! You're not braking. There we go. Oh, come on! Why can't I open the door? Looks like the train despawned. Oh dear. Nice. Alright, Andrew. See you in a bit. This is probably my locomotive. The GS. Hang on. Hey Lewis, nice to see you. No drivers, that's fine. But this is probably my Oh, for fuck's sake. Fucking hell, where is it? Where did I put that? Oh, it should be in documents. I want to send this to Electro. Here we go. Welcome back, Stan. This is the soul. This is the soul. That's what you use AI for. What do you mean? I know, Lewis. So, we have been spoiled. Yeah, we have been spoiled for lost pilots, for lost TV pilots this year, haven't we, Lewis? And in fact, all you guys, we've been spoiled for lost TV pilots this year, haven't we? Phineas and Ferb, Dora the Explorer, Thomas, Chuggington, and now the gatekeeped Me and My Friends pilot. I'm making an Irish steam train model. Oh, nice. Which model in particular, Stan? Which model in particular are they making a model of, Stan? Use your friends category on my YouTube channel. Am I in it, Lewis? You don't know? Oh. What the hell? What the hell happened? I don't want this. Turn off the... There we go. I do not want vertical tabs. Bugger off. Right. Looks like that one on screen. Nice. All right, Lewis. Here we are, Irish railway models. Got some Irish cement wagons. Oh, looks like they are doing the 800 class. Yeah, the GSR 800 class is without question my favourite Irish steam locomotive. It's the largest steam locomotive ever built in Ireland. The Great Southern Railway Class 800. Only 3 of them were built between 1939 and 1940, and one of them has been preserved. The 800 class is basically Irish Black Fives. The Great Southern Railway 800. Yeah, the soul preserved one is on static display. So, Lewis, 98 views, lovely. Am I in your YouTube friends section? Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Oh, and Mr. George is there too. Nice. Right, guys. So now I'm gonna throw my cider cans away, grab some water, and go to the loo. Hang on. Right, so now I'm gonna throw my cider can. Yeah, you were right. It is the 800, the Great Southern Railway's 800 class. Right, guys, just gonna go to the loo, throw my cider cans away, and get some water. I'll be back. Anybody comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be back, everyone. Okay, I'm back. What's the chat been saying? Oh, the chat hasn't said anything since I went. Seems a bit quiet. Hold on, guys. One of my friends has sent me something. You should get a Dapple Hawthorne for your next model. I can't guarantee it'll be that Stan, but I'll probably get it. I'll almost certainly get a Dapple one at some point. Hang on. It's from a Cadicarus. Cad. From a Cadicarus. That definitely isn't going to be my next model, Stan. Almost, unless of course I find one tomorrow, because Tomorrow, Stan, I'm going to go to the Bluebell Railways Model Railway weekend again, just as I did last year. And I'm almost certainly going to come home with yet another model. You know, it's a model railway weekend. Why wouldn't I come home with one? But, why wouldn't I come home with one? But, it almost certainly won't be a Dapple Hawthorne. Hello, Daniel. Been a while since you've been at these streams. I know, James. I just found that out. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, though. No, I don't. Well, actually, I do have a new laptop, but not a proper PC. I got this laptop back in November after my old one died completely. Yeah, from the start of this year, Stan, I decided I wanted to start having a webcam. What do you think? And my friend Odd even drew this little Thomas silhouette for me as a border. Nice. Just to talk about PCs as a canon event. Yeah. It's nice to see you again either way, Daniel. I know you just, I saw you just sent me a, No, sorry, I mean Daniel. Dan and Stan are just such similar sounding names. They rhyme, so you can't blame me for getting them mixed up. PCs are my life. Well, yeah, it does make sense. In that case, it does make sense why Daniel talks about PCs the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, I just saw that TikTok you sent to me, Daniel. It was funny. Still need a new one, perhaps? Get a proper PC? I'm happy with a laptop for now, Stan, though Daniel has offered to build me a proper PC. I've known Daniel for years. He was one of my Daniel's one of my earliest subscribers, as a matter of fact. CPUs are still too expensive, though. Do you mean CPUs, Stan? You need to get TikTok? No, Stan, I'd rather not. It's just full of brain rot. Though I will admit there are some good things on TikTok, but I'd rather not get one. Alright then, that's fair, Daniel. Anyway, that was funny what you texted to me just now, Dan. That audio was from a Cadicarus video. in what you just texted to me, that was from a Cadicarus video. Cadicarus is one of my favorite YouTube videos. James murdered my dog. Henry slept with my wife. Thomas has cholera. Oh, graphics cards. I see. Oh, so there's CPUs and GPUs. I see. YT Shorts is brain rot? It really isn't. Oh, absolutely. It has been a wild year for Lost Media, James. He was here earlier, Lewis. Yes, though, you're absolutely right, James. I know a bit about PCs, but not that much, I will admit. Can't agree you don't recognize? Yeah, I know, Lewis. Anyway, you're absolutely right, James. We have been spoiled for Lost TV pilots this year, haven't we, James? Mr. Asugo, I think his name was, Daniel. I could be mispronouncing it, though. It wasn't Alan. Mr. Asugo was definitely one of them. He was a black guy. Very, very kind. He was a very Mr. Asugo was a very fun teacher. Not necessarily. He was a very fun teacher. Oh yeah, Family Guy. First it was Family Guy. Then it was Thomas, then me and my friends. And we've also gotten the Chuggington and Phineas and Ferb pilots, haven't we? Oh, and Dora the Explorer. You know, James, I think the release of the long-awaited Down the Mine pilot is what prompted so many other people to release the Lost TV pilots. Chuggington, Me and My Friends, which, as we know, has been gatekept for ages. Yeah, I think the release of the Down the Mine pilot is what prompted the Phineas and Ferb, Dora and Chuggington, and now the Me and My Friends pilot, all released. Yeah, we have been spoiled for Lost TV pilots this year. No, actually, not anymore, Dan. Not anymore, Daniel. I now realise I was wrong about Chuggington. Chuggington does have merit to it. BFB4A? Nice. Eventually I will, Stan. Hello, Matthew. Nice to see you. I don't remember not being able to even say the name, Daniel. It would have to be a big enough one to have the current layout size I have, Stan. Yeah, not anymore, though. Last year, Daniel, I watched a video about Chuggington made by a guy called Wax World, and it made me realise just how wrong about Chuggington I was. I was alright with Chuggington after All Engines Go came out, but now I realise that Chuggington has a lot of merit. Have to have it be modular then? Alright. Well, now, and eventually, Daniel, I have decided I do eventually want to make a video all about Chuggington, explaining why we were all so wrong about it. Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy my railway physics video, Matthew? Because if you did, then I appreciate it. Oh, and have you seen my review video of that Bachmann Pannier, Great Western Pannier tank I now own, Matthew? 70s Mr. There was an early version of the Mr. Tickle adaptation, James. I never knew. Oh, awesome, Matthew. And how did you find that? Oh. Not got to watch it. Alright, whatever. But yes, James, we absolutely have been spoiled for TV pilots this year. Yeah, guys, if you haven't seen the, no, I haven't ordered the replacement VHS yet, MLP fan. For those who haven't seen my review of Bachmann's, 5700 Pannier tank yet, here's the link. Are Daniel and Stan still there? 70s Thomas Pilot? Oh, Stan is still there. But is Daniel still there? Utopia has been seeked. I didn't mean to, Stan. I didn't mean to destroy the box.
God.
20-year-old Pannier? Well,
Just
the tooling's 20-year-old.
Ambient as well.
It has been re-released though, and I'm very happy with the
So it's a
model.
little oh, lots of nice cab detail as well. That you can see the regulator handle is clearly.
Daniel's found me another Thomas TikTok. It's another Cadicarus one with Cadicarus audio. It has Skarloey going down the incline just as he did in the episode Skarloey the Brave. Hi, I'm Barry, and have you been in an accident that wasn't your fault? When I eventually start including sponsorships in my videos, I might have them introduced by an OC of mine, who I haven't mentioned before on this channel, but I've had in my mind for a while now. I might have when I eventually have sponsorships on this channel, I'll have them introduced by a guy called Scotty, who will basically be a parody of TV salesman in general, and also be inspired by Sponce, the sentient kite from Cadicarus's videos that it always introduces the sponsor segments. Scotty is going to be the character who does the sponsorships in my videos. Basically my version of Sponce. Hi, I'm Scotty! And yes, he is partly based on Barry Scott. Hi, I'm Barry Scott! Hello, Sawyer, nice to see you. Percy! Just look what you've done to our breakfast! Now I shall have to cook some more! You bang the door, and then the leather box falls off. Trouble is, you get one come up on your feed, and then you get hundreds more. I've noticed that happens on YouTube as well, Stan. Sorry, I mean Daniel. God, Stan and Dan both rhyme. That's why I get your names confused. Never understand Barry Scott. Not. Hello, Jacob. You're in Minehead at the moment, Sawyer? Cool. I've been there before. I know Stan. The names Dan and Stan rhyme. That's why I get them confused. Yeah, I've noticed that with things like owl videos. I get loads and loads of owl videos in my feed now, Dan. Ever since I started sending them to, Neon. No, I'm not promising that, Stan. You're in Hastings? Yeah, I know. Yeah, you told us. Well, you told me, at least. The people on Discord. Nick Digital. Backyardigans pilot, the animated pilot. Nice. Hi, I'm Scotty. Yeah, Jacob, at the moment, I'm telling everyone about the character that I'm going to introduce to my channel once I start having sponsorships. He's going to be called Scotty, and, basically be my version of Sponce from Cadicarus's videos. To make him look more awesome, I reckon, Jacob. Fireman Sam. So yeah, for those who haven't seen my Bachmann GWR Pannier tank review, well, I don't need to. I'm more interested in watching the Backyardigans, me and my friends pilot. Yeah, for those who haven't seen my review of the Bachmann Branch Line Railway, Pannier tank, then I would appreciate if you go watch that video. Oh yeah, I've just remembered, guys. I have just remembered. One of my earliest videos was one where I unboxed the Country Flyer train set from Hornby. I don't know why Hello, Levco. Nice to see you. I ought to add this. GWR 101 class? Yeah, I still have this. I got this at the Bluebell. Oh, wait, I went to the Hornby headquarters. I ought to add this to my model railway reviews. Remove it from weird crap, because this belongs in the model railway reviews playlist. I've now... Yeah, all of the... all of the videos that have no specific category to them, I just put in my weird crap playlist. Yeah, I just put them in my weird crap playlist. But now that I have a proper playlist to put these videos in, playlist settings, set as official series. How do I move this video? I like to have my the videos in my playlist go oldest first. I like to order them oldest first, so I'm just wondering how I put model railway, how I put my ordering, date added oldest, save. There we go. Now if I refresh, the Country Flyer set review should be, there we go. Really get new Munas and now my manufacturer to film them with? That doesn't matter, Stan. Just, if you have a new model you'd like to showcase, then go right ahead and show it off. Yeah, I've never really liked Wonder Pets MLP fan. No, MLP fan. Sorry, no, Levco. I'm doing that next week. Next week's edition stream is going to be about American locomotives. Yeah, it's going to be about American locomotives next week. Pasta to you too, Odd. Nice to see you. Rolling Road first? Alright then, Rolling Road. Get busy with something? That's alright, John Murray. Alright then, Matthew. See you in a bit. Let's see your voice for 2018 in a moment. It's not much different. It's fine, Stan. Nothing wrong with Odd being here. Nothing wrong with Odd being here at all. No, actually it needs to be date published, oldest. Hang on. There we go. Ah, the front yard against pilot got found and we spoiled with pilots. Yes, we have. Oh, so you've been excited to see the Me and My Friends pilot, have you, Odd? Featuring pasta. Why is pasta on your mind tonight, Odd, out of interest? Yeah, I'm just we're talking about model trains at the moment, Odd. What have you sent, Levco? Hang on. Stop Mr. C, but he doesn't know. I can't watch this whole thing. I can't watch this whole 10-minute thing, I'm afraid, Levko. It was mad good. Yeah, I had spaghetti carbonara tonight, Odd. Thanks.
Okay, Twinkle Toes. I know about the Lithuania. Yes, what? Okay, Twinkle Toes. I know about the Lithuania.
Oh, he keeps...
Yes, what?
Oh, it just keeps stopping.
Okay.
No, Odd. Lost Media. Jump of the Frog singing Simon. Never heard of that. Yeah, it's just doing that over and over and over again, I see. Oh, dear. Well, anyway, Odd, so I've been, talking about model trains at the moment. Yeah, I did DM you with my review of the GWR 5700 Pannier tank.
Buffers,
also known as Duck from Thomas and Friends. Odd. You'd probably best know the 5700s, Odd, as Duck from Thomas and Friends. Do you remember Duck, Odd? From Thomas? Do you still miss your pasta? Of course you'd say that, Odd. Far too nice to Bachman. Bachman are better than Hornby, though, right, Stan? But do you remember the character of Duck, Odd? This is what he looks like. Mother Ducker. Funny comment disappeared.
Got the brake pipe there. Got the coal on top.
Even for an old, honestly though, Stan, even for a model with old tooling, Stan, I still think this old Bachman model is good, even though it has old tooling. Why is his head so square? Is he Minecraft? Oh, are you referring to the square side tanks on each side of him, Odd? No, that's what the real Panniers were like, Odd. That's what the real Panniers were like, Odd. You can tell. Dated or not, it's still a good model. The decoration is top-notch. I definitely agree, Stan. All the Panniers had that square Minecraft head, as you call it, Odd. Just can't say the same for the detail. That's fair. He's Minecraft. No, not quite, Odd. All the Great Western Railway Pannier tanks had these square-looking side tanks, which make them look like Minecraft, as you put it. Pannier tank engines are Pannier tank engines are a subclass, are a sub-type of tank engine. Too much molded detail? That's fair, Stan. They're a subtype of tank engine, Odd, which have box-shaped water tanks on the sides of the boiler that aren't carried on the locomotive's running plates. Leaves a space between the tanks and the running plate for easier maintenance. A lower centre of gravity than a cell tank. Same access to valve gear. The tanks are similar position. They're called Pannier tanks because the tanks are in a similar position to the panniers on a pack animal. Beast or burden. Yeah, the panniers is a big satchel. Skinner? That would be great to see as well, James. So now do you understand why these engines have the square side tanks, Odd? It's to allow for things like lower center of gravity and better maintenance.
Yeah.
They're a very,
What's
very
going on
unique
here?
design, the Great Western Pannier tanks.
The detail.
That's
This
why
is
they have
brilliant.
that square look to them you mentioned, Odd. Minecraft. Okay, it makes sense.
Go.
Yeah, I guess they are Minecraft engines in that case.
Cream coaches for the Pannier to their coat.
And on Sunday, guys, I am going to be doing another
Get
running
on the
session
track.
stream on
Stop
Sunday,
slipping off.
guys. And yes,
There we go.
I will be running my Pannier in that stream, guys, as well as whatever engine I buy at the Bluebell Railways Model Railway weekend tomorrow. No, Stan, he kind of is right. If it's square, then it technically is Minecraft. So technically he's right.
Sites. Looks lovely with these 3 coaches. Absolutely wonderful. Not bad performance. Not too bad haulage capacity. Oh, and it's stalled. Needs a bit more juice. Come on. And it's off. Oh, it can go pretty fast. Not a very realistic speed, but it can go fast.
Hold on.
That's a nice speed, but not a realistic one. So let's slow it down to a more realistic speed. Oh, hang on. What's happened?
Wait, Odd, are you seriously streaming on Sunday? Are you seriously streaming on Sunday, Odd? Big Booty Bob! Jesus. Stan has just DM'd a picture of his fleet of industrial locomotives. He has another one, but he's got... These are his 4 industrial locomotives he currently has. I have a very large fleet of tank engines. Oh, Stan, whatever happened to your Ginty and your Flying Scotsman model? Do you still have them? Do you still have your Ginty and your Flying Scotsman, Stan?
We'll keep it at a realistic speed for now. Now, isn't that a beauty?
Haven't used them in ages? Fair.
Is
Especially with the layout you're now trying to build.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I went to the Bluebell Railways Model Railway weekend last year, and I want to go again this year. Rightwick Hall, Sir Archibald Sinclair and Fenchurch are going to be running at the Bluebell Railway this weekend. Green Picket is away. There should be some very fun layouts there. I still don't know what I'm going to come home with, what engine I'm going to come home with, but definitely going to come home with something. Smoke yours in a race. Oh, would they really,
Gorgeous.
Stan?
Detailed coaches.
Little slow industrial shunters
Trains
like
the Panniers
that.
would have pulled.
Yeah, Old. As you can tell, we've been talking about trains a lot in this stream. We've been talking about trains a lot in this stream, Odd. Earlier we were talking about why the Panniers are better than the austerity tank engines. We also talked a bit about Irish trains, and I also mentioned why the BR9F locomotives are my favourite locomotives of all. My pet rock would smoke both your trains in a race? Oh, God. Oh, your 9F has also been stolen? Nice. Your mom and brother are away in Germany? Oh, cool. I hope they're enjoying themselves. Not even worth the competition. Why has your 9F been stolen, Stan? Wasn't it very expensive? Wasn't your 9F very expensive? How did it get stolen? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Odd. How to Train Your Dragon Burger King ad. That's sweet. Oh, yeah, hasn't really? Then why? Sorry, that's not what I meant, Odd. It wasn't thinking. Hasn't even started yet? Why not? Same for your packet, I guess. 4 months. Oh yeah, you did say your 9F needs repairs. One bite of Whopper fucking dies. What? How would he die if he takes one bite of a Whopper? I will admit, me mindlessly saying your 9F got stolen, nice. American fast food would just be like that. I know. Burger King is so bad. No, it really isn't, Stan. I will admit, Five Guys is a lot better, but I do still like Burger King. What makes Burger King so bad? I will admit, me saying your 9F got stolen nice, I will admit it does have the same energy as this line from the Star Fox 64 terminal montage video.
Slip is dead. Nice.
Slippy's dead nice. It does have the same energy. Your 9F got stolen nice. It really doesn't taste bad, Stan.
Slip is dead. Nice.
It has that very same energy. That line I just said. Do you guys agree? That isn't even what I meant. I just said that without thinking. Feels like paste. That's a real burger. It does indeed. Oh yeah, cow and cock. Ah yeah. That burger place we went to in Copenhagen, I remember. Good. That's adorable. I will admit those burgers are way better. I do still like Five Guys though. Just sad slop. A bit like my ass. Hardly even... I wouldn't say it's hardly even food. Welcome back, Neon. Odd has now joined us. Tackle a shot. I don't know, John Murray. We're still talking about model trains at the moment, Neon. And now Odd and Stan are talking about fast food because a How to Train Your Dragon remake, Burger King advert came up in my recommended. So now they've started talking about fast food. But before that, we were talking about model trains. No, Burger King isn't too bad. It's not the best, but it's not too bad at all. Why go buy a paste burger and sad fries and you can get an actual burger at Cow and Cock for the same money? Well, we were 5 minutes before Neon returned, Stan. I haven't eaten a Burger King since college. I think the last time I had Burger King was at London Paddington. The last time I had Burger King was at London Paddington back in February, when I went to go see my sister in Oxford and then went to the Didcot Railway Centre the next day. At least that crap is so cheap, you're paying the price it's worth. True. How much do the burgers at the at your mum's? How much are the burgers at your How much are the burgers at your mum's cafe? How much do they cost, Odd, out of interest? Only tastes good because it's cheap. So you also think McDonald's is better than Burger King, Stan? Every now and then. I don't have McDonald's anywhere near as much as I used to. What you see isn't really what you get, especially when it comes to the pictures. Cheaper than the Cow and Cox one? I reckon the ones that your mum's cafe serves, I reckon the ones that served at your mum's cafe are better than fast food ones. A naughty place, Cow and Cock. Well, that is the name of the burger restaurant me and Odd had lunch at when I went to Copenhagen. The customer is always right. Customer is always cheap. Oh dear. I'm gonna get the reference. What are you referencing, Neon? I don't know. Thinking it was something else? What do you think it was, Stan? You've listed so many Levco. I don't think I can at the moment. Go through the back door. Jesus. Falling down. Book the next flight there. Oh yeah, Odd, I've been meaning to say to you, so earlier in the week, so this week I've been to York. I went to the National Railway Museum again for the third time ever. Saw some lovely engines there. Called Paper. Really? Paper? Jesus. You know, Odd, one of the engines at the National Railway Museum in York single-handedly keeping that museum running. Well, not single-handedly, but I have only been there a few times, but lots of people are there. Read up series 1 to 3. One of the engines at the National Railway Museum number 92220 Evening Star, which you've seen on my profile picture. You've seen this engine as my profile picture, Odd. The reason Evening Star is the face of my channel, Odd, is because this is my favourite of the 9Fs, my favourite steam locomotive class. The reason it's my Trainmund, Greek dub of the season 1 to 11, cool. So the reason it's my favourite, Odd, is not just because it's painted in Brunswick green, which is rare for 9Fs. Most of them are painted BR black, but the other, bigger reason Evening Star is my favourite of the 9Fs. Channel called Trainmund. That's a good idea, actually, Odd. It really is. But yeah, the other reason Evening Star's my favourite of the 9Fs is because Evening Star was the very last British steam locomotive ever built. It only had a 5-year working life and was intended for preservation from the moment it rolled out of the locomotive works for the first time. It had a spot in preservation even before it entered revenue service. Yeah, I know, Stan, but Odd wasn't here when I said this. Funk, Frick, Fort, Frick, Friend and Foe. No, Odd, the F stands for freight, because the 9Fs were freight locomotives. They pulled really long freight trains. He doesn't know exactly where I talked about it, though, so it's just easier for me to say it again. Saves him the trouble of having to rewind it. Freight? No, freight! As in goods. You know, what your mum transported during her trucking career, only the 9Fs transported them on rails. Is Neon still there? But yes, the Evening Star was the very last British steam locomotive ever built for revenue service. Only had a 5-year working life and entered preservation the moment it was withdrawn. And now it's on static display at the National Railway Museum, and I saw it in person on Wednesday. Yes, I did see the face of my channel on Wednesday. No good to be freight. Jesus. Anyway, Odd, here's a picture of Spyro, Cinder, and Samson, you know, my 3 plushies. Here's a picture of them next to Evening Star. And here's a picture of them next to a Southern Railway Schools class called Cheltenham. And I saw a couple of Great Northern Railway locomotives as well. You are funny, Odd. I have no idea what that is, Odd. What is a Gastonis? Ah, it's a bird. I see. I think I remember you talking about these in last week's stream, Odd. I think I remember. Right. You're the funniest dragon around? Yes, he is. Getting a lecture on it all day long? Not really a lecture on it. You're the funniest John around. These three coaches right here have really interested me because these three are... I just eat the trains! You can't though, Odd. You're not big enough to eat trains. And why would you even want to eat trains? They don't taste very good at all. How many did you... Hold on. Fat as fuck. You're not that fat, Odd. You're really not that fat. It's not great to be a cat. Maybe, Odd, I don't know. Exactly, James. Alright, what's your 9F character, Levko? Badger. Why did you call him Badger? As I was saying, these three coaches right here in this picture are the three oldest railway coaches currently in existence. You owe me a french fry since you ate... How do you remember that, Odd? You weren't even going to finish that. You weren't even going to finish it. I demand a singular french fry. Oh, Christ. As I was saying, these three coaches are the oldest railway coaches in existence currently. The oldest intact railway coaches in existence. Built all the way back in 1834 for the Bodmin and Wadebridge Railway down in Cornwall. Okay, Odd, you have a point. There are some very, very, very specific memories I have. That tends to be the case with high-functioning autistic people like me. We do tend to have very, very, very specific memories. Some of us, anyway. Made him a burger. Do I really, Stan? Eccentric and strange names, that's fair. Class 21 named after this guy? Who? Has a point. The Odd has a point dance. Oh my god. Demon numbers. But they are. Oh god. Literally nobody remembers. I guess. What does the dance look like, Odd? She just bought them and grilled them. A class 21 called Stan? Oh, what do you think of that, Stan? Levko having a class 21 called Stan. So it's a falling dance and then going like this. And then you have this music from Monsters University. Oh, God. As I was saying, these are the oldest railway coaches in existence, and back then, Odd, railway travel back in the 1830s was... It is funny. Best name of all names? Nah, mate, Alex is the best name of all names. Monsters University music? Yes, John. So yeah, Odd, railway travel back in the 1830s was extremely dangerous. Not only was there a very high chance that the steam locomotive pulling your train could explode at any point, because there weren't that many safety features on steam locomotives back in the 1830s, but also the coaches were very unsafe as well. Peasant passengers who travelled in third class, Odd, didn't even get roofs, as you can see from the first coach in this rake. Peasant passengers back then, Odd, third-class passengers just had to ride in open goods trucks with benches, which they were lucky to get. And if there was an accident in these sorts of coaches, Odd, if the train had a crash in these sorts of coaches, the flimsy wooden structure would just completely disintegrate, sending splinters everywhere and killing almost everyone in the train. Best name. Well, in the documentaries I used to watch about... in the railway documentaries I used to watch when I was a kid, Stan. In the railway documentaries I always used to watch as a kid, Stan. And also in a book about about the Victorians I once read at school, they always talked about how dangerous the railways were back in, like, before 1850. To come to play. A really perverted country, I guess, Odd. James. So yeah, Odd, it was really, really dangerous. In a minute, Levko. Can just avoid that. Not to float my own boat. Oh yeah, you're a fireman on the Tanfield Railway now, aren't you? Stan. Yeah, I always say in a minute like that. In a minute! So, Odd, would you be comfortable riding in an open coach without a roof like this? Having no roof and just a hard, uncomfortable bench to sit on without even any cushions? Do you think you could survive travelling in an open, roofless coach like the one in front here, or this wooden one? That sounds nice. Yeah, being a fireman is a bit painful because you have to constantly go back and forth. Just because I'm exposed to the air? Did you think I was a vampire? No. But, like, what if it starts raining, Odd? If it starts raining and you're travelling in one of these open coaches, Odd, you'll get absolutely soaked and miserable. And also, these sorts of open coaches were really dangerous. In 1841, there was a terrible accident on the Great Western Main Line when a train bound for Bristol from London Paddington crashed into a landslide that had slipped down onto the tracks, and people were thrown from these open coaches. 8 people died in that crash. I don't know. A free shower? Yeah, but do you want that shower, though? It's the Wicked Witch of the West who dies from being sprayed with water, Odd, not the Wicked Witch of the East. She dies by being crushed by a house. I'm not even that big of a fan of The Wizard of Oz, and I know that. Standard of the time? Exactly, Neon. I'm just telling Odd about how dangerous train travel was back in the very early days, in the 1830s. It's fine. And I was saying to him about how dangerous early railway coaches like these ones built for the Bodmin and Wadebridge Railway were. How the poor third-class passengers didn't even get roofs over their heads. And yet the comfortable first and second class coaches were still very, very dangerous. Because in a crash, these poorly constructed wooden body coaches would just completely disintegrate, showering the passengers with splinters and severely injuring and killing a lot of them. Yeah, railway safety back in the 1830s wasn't really a thing. Railways weren't truly safe. Yeah, that one. Getting rained on or worse. Blasted by lightning, that's rare, but still. Get me on an 1830s train, I'd be the safest fireman, I guess. Soot in your face. I get soot in my face all the time when I travel on heritage railways when I lean out the window to film them. I know I shouldn't really, but I do keep an eye out for obstructions and things. Indeed, Neon. Wicked Witch of the West was defeated by a character based off my mum with a super soaker. Oh my god, James. Get sooty, yeah. You're not a proper train enthusiast until you get a bit of soot in your eyes. I know, Stan. You've sent me videos of you inside locomotive fireboxes and smoke boxes. Passengers will get caught on fire. Oh, God. Yeah, and wood-burning steam locomotives were more likely to start line-side fires. Cause Tootie Poo Smash. I remember that, Neon. Doesn't like water either. Who's Gizmo, Time Lad? Yeah, I will show it, Stan. So you think you could survive riding in an open wooden coach like this, Odd? Stung by water? How do you get stung by water, Levko? Oh, shit. Didn't mean to open YouTube again. So you think you could survive open 1830s railway coaches, Odd? Right. Here we are, Stan. This is what Levko wanted me to show you. The Class 21 called Stan. These are the very, very problematic diesels that worked up in Scotland. Still there, Odd? Or are you typing a long mess? Oh, you are. Oh, you are still there. You meant what you said? Good. Owly. Now, that's actually a good name, Levko, considering that the 4700s were known as Night Owls. That was the nickname for these engines, Night Owls. So what is it you want to send, Stan? While we wait for, Oh yeah, Neon. I know how much you like owls, and I can't remember if I've mentioned this to you before, Neon, but there was actually a class of GWR... Alright then, Stan. Neon, I don't know if I can't remember if I've told you this before, but there was actually a class of... It's been fun, but I gotta go. It's late and I need to dream of gastronomies. Yeah, I know it's like 10:15 for you in Denmark now, Odd. It was been very nice to see you, Odd. It was fun having you on the stream. You really spiced up tonight's stream, as you always do, Odd. It was very fun having you here tonight, Odd. So thank you for coming, and we'll see you next week, hopefully. Or maybe even there's the two streams I planned this weekend. Yeah, I do plan on doing another Wii Sports Resort live stream this weekend, and then the running session stream on Sunday. And my aunties and uncle and cousin. Yeah, you did say that. I hope they're having a good time. Yeah, thanks for coming, Odd. And see you next week. You go dream of some gastronomies. I need to dream of gastornies. I need to dream of. So yeah, Neon, I know how much you like owls. Spray area, that's how I get stung. I wouldn't really call it getting stung, though, Levko, because it doesn't really hurt the water. Just a nice bit of spray. Eden the Owl Engine? That would be a good name for a night owl locomotive, Jacob. Yeah, Levko, you've just reminded me of the Night Owl, GWR engines. Tad bit of research. But yes, Neon, I know how much you like owls, so I reckon I ought to tell you about the GWR 4700s, which were nicknamed Night Owls. They're quite similar to the Churchwood 2800s, which are also 280 freight locomotives, but they're a much newer design. I'm a bit of one, I know. What is it a reference to, Jacob? Stan has sent what he wanted to show us. Yeah, Stan with a mask on, cleaning out a firebox. Awesome stuff. In a minute, Levko, I want to tell Neon about the Night Owls at the moment. So the 4700 Night Owls, Neon, are quite similar to the 2800 class GWR engines, which are also 280 freight engines, but the Night Owls, the 4700s, are a lot larger. They have larger boilers. They were also designed by George Jackson Churchwood, but they were much larger. Larger driving wheels, larger boilers, larger tenders. Basically, the 4700s were basically larger 2800s, Neon. Corson. Only 9 Night Owls were built, though, Neon, unfortunately. Yeah, I figured I ought to tell you about them, as I know how much you love owls. And I reckon they were called Night Owls. I think the reason they were called... Well, that's not very many at all compared to other classes of locomotive. There were 863 5700 Pannier tanks built, I believe, Neon. 9 is not very many at all compared to many other classes of steam locomotive. Ida the Owl Lady? I've never heard of her. Yeah, I think the reason the 4700s were called Night Owls is because... Yeah, I was right. Used to primarily work nighttime goods trains. They could be seen simmering in the daylight, awaiting their nocturnal duties. Yeah, I knew it. That's why they were called Night Owls. Because they were built to mainly pull nighttime goods trains. So yeah, it makes sense why they were called Night Owls. Exactly, Neon. Oh, from the Owl House. Yeah, I haven't really watched the Owl House. No wonder I haven't heard of it. .260 Mogul locomotives is what they were derived from the 4700s. They are cool. Oh yeah, they also hauled some passenger trains as well. The Night Owls. Were exceptional mixed traffic locomotives, prove their worth on highway express freight and passenger services? Indeed. So what do you think of these locomotives being nicknamed Night Owls, Neon, considering how much I know you love owls? Really, Levko? So what do you think of these engines being nicknamed Night Owls, Neon? These are, in my opinion, the most underrated GWR engines. I think the 4700s they appear to be like a cross between the 2800s and the Castle class. That's how I see them, as a mix between the 2800s and the castle class locomotives. They relate to me a bit, and by the nickname alone, I like them. Yeah, they're big, powerful freight engines. I relate to these engines indeed. All those small drive wheels. The driving wheels are still larger than on the 2800s though, Stan. Yeah, the best way I can describe the 4700s is that they're a mix between the 2800s and the castle class. Yeah, their boilers are about the same size as the castle class, and they have tenders similar to the castle class. But yeah, for me, the Night Owls are the most underrated GWR engines. Hello, UK Train Spotter, nice to see you. I do remember you. Unfortunately, Neon, all 9 of the original Night Owls were scrapped. However, you'll be pleased to know that a brand new Night Owl locomotive is currently under construction. Number 4705 clocked up over 1.6 million miles during its working life, Neon. No, the King class are have even larger boilers, Levco. The Night Owls basically have boilers about the size of the castle class. So yeah, Neon, unfortunately, no Night Owls were preserved, but there is a new build currently under construction by the Great Western Society. 4700 to 4708 were built, and now they're building the next one in the sequence, 4709, supported via the GWS subgroup. They're building the new Night Owl from a mixture of new parts and others recycled from former Barry scrapyard locomotives. 6 of the 8 driving wheels are coming from a GWR Prairie, as well as a frame extension. There's a cylinder. The cylinder block is coming from a 2800 class. From a scrapped 2800 class. It makes sense to reuse the cylinder block for these engines, as they do have similarities to the 2800 class. The axle boxes, horns, and other various components are coming from a 5205 class. And Thornbury Castle, and the boiler is coming from Thornbury Castle. The decision to use Thornbury Castle's boiler for the new Night Owl, for the Night Owl new build, was quite controversial, because it means that it's unlikely that Thornbury Castle will ever run again. However, I do get why it was a good decision, why the society made that decision, because A, it saves them the trouble of having to get a new boiler made from a boilersmiths, and B, I'd rather have one less castle class. If it means a fully extinct locomotive class can come back from the dead. We already have 7 other castle class locomotives, but currently no Night Owls. So if Thornbury Castle has to be sacrificed in order to make this new night owl a reality, then so be it.
A definite heaven for one definite individual was in photographing the little railways when they were in business. Ivo Peters wished to record as much as possible while it was
Is that a narrow gauge Peckard odd? Because it looks narrow
Still
gauge to
possible.
me. And trucks. Yeah, it's
Ivo
definitely a
Peters was
narrow
one of the
gauge Peckard.
few people who filmed extensively on industrial railways. One of the railways and locomotives that Ivo filmed was Scaldwell, and we now have the locomotive Scaldwell from that system here.
Well, the reason the GWR built all of their express passenger engines as 460s, I believe, can be traced back to Churchwood and the standard
There's an 060 saddle tank, which means it's got 6 driving wheels. The water is carried in a tank which forms a saddle that goes over the top of the boiler. It was built by Peckett and Company in Bristol, who were one of the major builders of industrial engines in this country.
Ivo Peters certainly recorded many of the iron ore trains in the days when almost all our iron was extracted from our own land rather than imported. It was a colossal industry with thousands of miles of track and the subject of an early documentary.
That is a cute engine. Plates for the new frames were cut and machined in 2012. More restricted modern loading gauge, so it can operate on the main line. Oh, the plans have changed to use the 2800 cylinder block. The plans have changed in order for it to work on. For this new Night Owl to work on the main line. The plans have changed. It's no longer going to use a cylinder block from a 2800 class. New cylinders are being designed and cast for it instead. At least this means this new Night Owl is going to be a bit more original and a bit more authentic. In a minute, Levco. YouTube friends. Category cool, Lewis. Right, let's have a look. With the Pannier character. Oh, Longbottom! Longbottom as a Q1 character. What? You don't seem to have listed your Pannier tank character here. Oh, wait, yes you have. Paper? Why call it paper? What the hell? But yeah, that's the Night Owl locomotives for you guys. I just wanted to tell Neon about them as he likes owls. Not now, Lewis. I'd love to have a Helgen Night Owl in my model collection. I'd love to have a Helgen Night Owl. If I'm lucky, I might find a Helgen Night Owl at the Bluebell Model Railway weekend tomorrow. No, I don't know any of those, Lewis. I don't follow any of them. Not really, Jacob. Not off the top of my head. I don't really follow the children's media community. I thought Thomas may have been a female. Nah, it wasn't even voiced by a female, unlike Percy and James. Name Christopher Reeve. Oh yeah, I only know Christopher Reeve from the Superman films. Wait, no, that's a lie. I also know he was in Street Smart, which is another thing that he wanted to get funded. I know he did Street Smart. That... Yeah, Warner Brothers agreed... Yeah, Canon Films agreed to fund his project Street Smart if he agreed to star in Superman 4. I really don't care, Lewis. I really don't care about the new overhauled Peppa Pig and the... It just seems like Peppa Pig's trying desperately to compete with Bluey and is making a pathetic attempt at doing so. From what I've seen of the new Peppa Pig, it just looks like it's making a pathetic attempt to compete with Bluey, so I just couldn't give a sod. You may have been female. Oh yeah, I only really know Eddie Glenn from Thomas and the Magic Railroad. That is one answer I can give you, Jacob. Soft high pitch? Yeah, I guess, but even I knew as a kid that Thomas sounded male when I first watched Magic Railroad. How many times do I have to tell you, Lewis? I don't like Peppa Pig. You've asked me repeatedly if I like certain shows, and I keep telling you for some of them, no. Though I will say I like Bluey and Puffin Rock, and I got into Puffin Rock mainly thanks to Electro. What if the new Bill Night is currently under construction? What if the new Bill Night Owl locomotive currently under construction? What if the new Bill... Yes. You'd think that Peppa Pig would have died out decades ago. You'd think Oh, you are still there, Neon. Nice. Yeah, Bluey's great, but so's Puffin Rock. I got into Puffin Rock mainly thanks to Electro, but I am yet to see a full episode of Puffin Rock, but from the clips of the show I've seen, I do think it's adorable. Get a Hornby Black 5? Well, Stan, I'll see what's on sale. I'll see what's on sale at the Model Railway weekend tomorrow, and I'll get whatever I like the look of best and whatever I can afford. I'm gonna take cash with me tomorrow. I'm gonna take some of my birthday money with me tomorrow, and with me to the Bluebell Railway tomorrow. And I'm gonna get whatever model I can get for £100 or less. Just as I did with the Pannier I bought in York. Art style and characters, I completely agree, Neon. Looks something right out of a book, and I believe Puffin Rock was based on a book series, hence its art style. No, they're both not great at all, Lewis. I will admit, Peppa Pig has a tiny bit of substance to it, but Cocomelon is just pure brain rot. I wouldn't call Peppa Pig pure brain rot, despite the poor quality of the show, but Cocomelon certainly is. What I don't like, that's fair. John Murray. Answering the phone instead of answering, and the second it rings. I see. Christopher Reeve was taken from us too soon. Yes, he was, Jacob. He should have still been around today. That model railway guy, I think I've seen him before. I think I got a badge from him when I met him at the Spa Valley Railways model event. And his TT layout. When it was on Nuclear and RT Unit, nice. It was on CBBS. Well, at least CBB still has one good show. He truly was Superman, absolutely. And before anyone asks, no, I am not interested in seeing the new Superman film coming out next month. It's being hyped up too much, and I just have no interest in modern superhero films. I'll stick with the older ones, thank you. May he rest in peace, indeed. But yeah, guys, I just told Neon how I think. Yeah, you're gonna see it. Yeah, that's totally fair. I don't think any of the Night Owl locomotives or any of the GWR goods engines were named Neon. I don't think any of the GWR goods engines had names Neon. It was only really the top link. It was only really the major express locomotives that pulled the named trains that had nameplates Neon. Yeah, it was only really the likes of the Manors, Castles, Kings, and Halls, etc. that had nameplates. None of the goods engines, including the Night Owls, had nameplates. Though, as you just told me, Neon, I do think a nameplate on the new Night Owl would be great to see. And yes, it would be adorable if it was named after one of the internet owls that I often send you clips of. Either Junie, Minty, or Harry, or maybe another internet owl like Bamichi. Marlon Brando and Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman his death was totally unfair. Both his wife, and his dog all died in a suspected gas leak. Unacceptable. Judy the Who engine! Oh my god, that perfect name! Perfect name, Neon. Yeah, the new Night Owl should be named. The new Night Owl locomotive should be named Junie Kun. Whistle sounds like Junie is whose. I don't see that way at all, Lewis. It's just mindless songs over and over again. Whistle sounds like Judy. That would be awesome, Neon. Junie the Who engine. His who's sound like whistles. It's just so adorable. Very funny idea, Neon. Oh, that's interesting. The 4700s had red side rods, or some of them anyway. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect, Neon. Oh my lord. Whistle sounds like Junie. Oh, hold on. Is that new... Oh my god, I had no idea. Is that new build LMS Patriot nearly complete? Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I guess so, Lewis. Oh, no, Levco said something else. Honey coaches... Yeah, I do see what you mean there, Loveco. I really don't care, Louis. The original selection literally be instrumental version launch a song. That would be great. And there is an instrumental version of it available to listen to online, James, although it is kind of muted. Talking about trains, we'll see, Stan, we'll see. As long as you don't break any of the rules, you should be okay. Why do I have to keep repeating this to you, Lewis? I don't like Peppa Pig. Get that through your head, okay, Lewis? End of. Don't like Peppa Pig, never have, never will. Well, you've said you won't before, but I'll have to think about it. Yeah, please do stop it. Steam locomotives of the 21st century. This is an interesting article. There's so many under construction at the moment. Are you off now, Stan? Alright. Like Terminator reference? I guess. So yeah, it was awesome how Baton Grange and Beachy Head 2 were completed the same year. Oh yeah, and the Festiniog Railway completed a brand new double fairly in 2023. Well, if he continues to ask me something like that, then yeah, Jacob, but not just yet. Character you've chosen? Nice. Number 17, York, completed in 2013, considered a new build. Yeah, I consider locomotives to be new builds if they mostly use new parts. I don't really like to use the term replica, as they're basically a new locomotive, especially if the locomotive that's being built is of a class of which all the pre-existing members were scrapped. Not helped by the COVID-19 pandemic. Save time. Know what to say? What are you gonna say? Festiniog Railway. Oh. Yeah, it is a hard word to pronounce. I've always known how to pronounce it. I've known the correct pronunciation ever since I first heard of the Festiniog Railway in the Mark Williams and on the rails. Curves. Oh, Jesus. So yeah, I don't really like to use the term new built. I don't really like to use the term replica, especially if the locomotive being built is of a class of which no members exist still, despite even if the locomotive shares the same name and number as another locomotive. I just prefer to call it new builds. I prefer to call the new H2 Beachy Head a new build. I prefer to refer to it as a new build, as it's just... And so as not to get it confused with the original Beachy Head, I refer to it as Beachy Head 2. Bit like how there was a double fairlie that ran on the Festiniog Railway called James Spooner, but the new James Spooner that was built, completed by the Festiniog in 2023, is known as James Spooner 2, so because of that I go by the same logic and call the Bluebell Railways Beachy Head 2. Get as close as they can, exactly. Some GWR engines aren't black. No, most GWR engines are green. The GWR, some just happen to be painted into BR black when nationalisation took effect. But yeah, the base colour for GWR was, the trademark colour was green, despite the GWR having chocolate and cream coaches. Exactly, Neon. Female to male in that American Spanish Nat Geo dub. Is that true, Neon? Why was 5 changed to male? There was no reason for that to happen at all. Just like how there was no reason for Muck to be female in the US dub of Bob the Builder. Engines full completion in 2025. AGM in 2023. Decided to save time and get the engine running 2 years earlier. The project is now deferring certification of the locomotive to mainline standards, with the required equipment not being fitted. So it's only going to run on Heritage Railways first. The engine will be completed to mainline standards with the fitment of AWS, TPGWS, OTMR, GSMR. And a speedometer. Completed in 2 years' time by 2027. Awesome. It does look... The Unknown Warrior does look fairly close to completion, so I reckon it will be completed in 2 years' time. Rusty being female, exactly. Most engines were painted black. Well, yes, Neon. And then some engines continued to remain in black once nationalisation took effect. In a boring BR red and black with red lining. Exactly, John Murray. Muck is male in the Bob the Builder reboot, so why wasn't he male in the original series? Blues with early crests. Oh, that's a bit confusing as well. Ask the designers of the crests, not me, Levco. I see what you mean there, John Murray. Wasn't Duck purely female in the Greek dub, James? Post-1947? Exactly. Yeah, these are all the safety systems all mainline operating steam locomotives must be fitted with before they can go on the mainline. Mobile communications for the railways as well. An on-train event recorder, data recorder. Yeah, steam locomotives must be fitted with, nowadays, mainline certified steam locomotives that run mainline rail tours must be fitted with modern railway safety equipment in order for them to run on the main line, which isn't a problem for me. that isn't a problem for me. All these steam engines now having to have that sort of equipment. Because even if steam locomotives were still in revenue service on the main lines today, they would all need to be fitted with modern safety equipment anyway, if steam engines were still in service on the main lines. So I get why modern safety equipment needs to be fitted to steam locomotives in order for them to be mainline certified. So I don't care even if it does take away some of the authenticity of running steam locomotives on the main line. I really don't care, because if steam locomotives were still on the main line today, they'd need to be fitted with all these modern safety features anyway. Brunswick Green? Oh yes, it is. It looks especially neat on the 9Fs. Brunswick Green looks especially good on the 9Fs, like Evening Star. It would be amazing. It would be just amazing to see a 9F in BR Express Blue. It would be just incredible to see a 9F in BR Express Blue. It would be amazing. GSM, Global System for Mobile Communications Railways, especially, indeed. Oh yeah, and AWS and TPWS especially, and on-train data recorders if it was to be involved in a crash. Like OTMR is basically the railway equivalent of aircraft black boxes, which all trains must carry nowadays. Quite attractive indeed. Jacob Scipio, how would I know, Jacob? Saying transjaper hypertonically? What does that word mean? What does hypertonically mean, James? No, I'm not familiar with him. Terrorhawks theme in the N64. That would sound absolutely amazing, James. The Terrorhawks theme in the N64 soundtrack. Ben Phillips, I've never heard of him. Hypothetically. Oh, you misspelled it. Hypertonically, I see. So Duck was hypothetically transgender. I see. I haven't been getting many views tonight. Most famous prankster? Yeah, I've never really heard of him, Levko. Bigger muscle mass. I see. What about him, Levko? Right, so I need the loo again, and I need a bit more water. So I'll be back in a second, guys. Then when I come back, we'll do a bit more Roblox. It's been fun talking about trains. All sorts of trains up to this point. Oh, nothing really. No, I haven't heard of him. Did you want to know if I'd heard of him because I'm British? Anyway, guys, so now I'm going to get some more water and go to the loo again, and then when I come back, we'll do a bit more Roblox because I feel like it. Be back in a moment, guys. Anyone comes when I'm gone, you know the drill. Tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be back. Right, I'm back. What's the chat been saying? Oh, nothing. Right. Now let's do a bit of Arsenal. Is everyone still there? Neon still there? Oh, whoops. How familiar are you with Sooty? Fairly familiar, though I've mostly watched Sooty and Co.
Make them suffer.
I'm not overly familiar, but I'm fairly familiar with Sooty. Richard Harris's... Yeah, that's it. It was a posthumous release for Richard Harris. Is Neon still... Are Neon and Jacob still... sorry, I mean, are Neon and James still there? Oh, you are still there. Theme song N64, that would be awesome. But the Terrorhawks theme would be even more awesome to hear in the N64 sound font. Neil in the episode Help Food? What illegal thing does she do? Which series is that one from, Levco, also? Are you a fan of it in 2021? I found out about it, like, I think I was either 7 or 8 when I first found out about Sooty. 2009, 2012. Locks close a sweet shop, Sooty show. Sue is a she, Levco. Locks close a sweet shop.
Nice head.
Yeah, I thought it was the 80s series.
Got a shot. You got it.
And Lasberger when they weren't there. Why did you do that? And why did you do it when they weren't there? Sooty and Sweet when he was a kid? Nice.
Got a shot. You got it.
Sound.
Kill them all. Make them suffer.
YouTube. A violent set. Front fucked up things as a kid. So it was a confusing story. Yeah, even autistic or otherwise, we all did stupid things as kids. It's just a natural part of childhood. Autistic or otherwise. But I get why. I do understand why autistic people in general would be a bit more prone to doing stupid things. Not all autistic people, just
You
some.
got his head.
Don't really know how much I can explain it. Doesn't matter. DVD menu. Walkthrough of either Stinky Pingu and Pigger Sledge Academy. There. I have both of those episodes. Both those episodes are on the Pingu Platinum Collection DVD I still have, and I used to watch those episodes, those two episodes in particular, so much. I really liked them both, but I liked Pingu Sledge Academy more. Oh man, I have so much. My Pingu Platinum Collection DVD is just so nostalgic for me. I used to watch that DVD religiously.
Hey, you got him. Excellent.
I ought to crack that DVD out again and give it a watch for nostalgia's sake. It would just give me the warm fuzzies watching that DVD again. If I found that DVD and gave it a watch again, just give me the warm fuzzies. That's probably the most nostalgic DVD I own for me. Troublesome trucks causing chaos, exactly. That was until they were put in line and sent to the Sledge Academy. Sexual. Just by the way it looks and the fact they even thought of it. Oh, is that the scene where with Pablo in the tickle chair and also Tasha? It's that scene, isn't it? No, Einstein's Mission Celebration DVD. I didn't have those other two DVDs. I think I have heard of the Pingu Forever DVD. But yeah, the Platinum Collection DVD is one of, if not my most nostalgic DVD that I ever owned. Other nostalgic DVDs that I own include the Season 9 Thomas DVD, Little Engines Big Day Out. I used to watch that a lot as well. And also Numberjacks Calling All Agents. That was one's also very, very nostalgic. I specifically remember getting that from a BBC shop next to the BBC radio studios. Next to some local BBC radio studios in my town. On Track for Adventure. Oh, I never owned that, but it's good. Oh yeah, and those George Carlin narrated DVDs I got in Hong Kong as well. The Best of Thomas, Best of James, Best of Percy. I never owned the Best of Gordon DVD though. I didn't even know it existed until years later. I would have loved the Best of Gordon DVD since Gordon remains my favourite character. Though Thomas and Gordon wasn't on that DVD, though. Which sucks. Calling Origins has the Venus episode? Yes, I know. I watched that a lot as a kid. I could never really get past the episode Getting Heavy on that Numberjacks DVD I own, though, because the next episode after Getting Heavy was 9 Lives, one of the episodes that features the Puzzler, which still remains my least favourite Numberjacks meanie. So I could never really get past Getting Heavy on that DVD. Because for some reason, I didn't know which of the last 3 episodes on that DVD was the Puzzlers episode. But now I realise that years later, I realised that each Numberjacks DVD has 1 episode for every meanie in the show, so no one meanie, it seems, will appear twice on any one Numberjacks DVD. So yeah, each meanie only appeared in 1 Numberjacks episode. But it's children's favourites, nice. I also had a Milkshake DVD that I don't remember, that I can't remember what it was called, but it was a nice one. Oh yes! I also had the complete season 4 of Thomas on DVD. That one I watched so much. I watched that one so much. So much nostalgia. Is Neon still there? We'll go until at least on a white light, wearing shiny black suits and the light reflecting off their crotches. Off their crotches? Damn, I forgot about that scene. Oh yes, there was that one as well. And Postman Pat and the Ice Cream Machine, and also Postman Pat and the Giant Snowball. Those were the 3 Postman Pat DVDs I remember watching a lot of. I remember now. Until I was 11. Hang on. Let's see what level they sent. It doesn't look intentionally sexual, though I understand why it would look sexual to some. Let's curse at the same time. I grew up with an equal helping of the classic series and the hit series. Classic era and hit era. I grew up on an equal helping of both. And I mean, it literally was 50-50. I watched just as many classic series episodes as hit era episodes. Maybe I watched the classic series slightly more. Even as a kid, I preferred the classic series over the newer series. I couldn't put my finger on why, but now, of course, I can. Have I got my grandparents' house? Oh yeah, those cell animated Postman Pat educational 1, 2, 3 and ABC specials. I've seen those on YouTube. I don't think it ever will. MLP fan, but you'd have to ask them. 3 and 4 arguing. That might be funny. That might be funny, honestly, Jacob. Classic era. Am I tired too, though? Nice. Watching Nick Jr. Classics? Oh, yeah, I watched a lot of Season 5 on Nick Jr. Classics. Yeah, Nick Jr. Classics would often air Season 5 episodes, and when I was a kid, that's where I mostly watched Season 5. Trying to shake it off. Oh, God. Resisting. Planners and Mr. Ben. Oh, yeah, I think it was aired on that as well. I only watch Nick Jr. in general. The Vehicle Alphabet Hunt is the finale. Oh, yeah. I remember watching the Mr. Men Alphabet Hunt on YouTube as well. Weird thinking back. Yeah.
Good shot. You got his head.
The episodes I specifically remember watching on Nick Jr. Classics, the Season 5 episodes. Yeah, so do I. I watched Roy the Racing Car on Milkshake a lot. Oh yeah, a lot of those shows as well, John Murray. Anyway, so the Season 5 episodes I remember watching on Nick Jr. Classics include Better View for Gordon, Rusty and the Boulder, and most especially Hit Era on Nick Jr. before going off to preschool. Nice. The clearest memory of watching Season 5 on Nick Jr. Classics I have was the episode Busy Going Backwards. Busy Going Backwards was where I saw... Nick Jr. Classics was where I saw Busy Going Backwards for the very first time, and I was blown away by that episode as a kid. I thought it was a very intense, very fun episode. Fell in love with that episode instantly. Bowled out played one time. Nice. The Season 4 episode. 3 Series 4 episodes? Nice. But yeah, I have very clear memories of watching
You blew his brains out.
Better View
Nice.
for Gordon, Busy Going Backwards, and Rusty and the Boulder. Oh yeah, I remember also watching Lady Hat's Birthday Party for the very first time on Nick Jr. Classics as well. Moved to Boomerang Cartoon Network. I've seen a lot of those as well. Anyway, I have a very Mr. Men Great Alphabet Hunt DVD. Yeah, James just mentions. Just referenced that. Anyway, I remember the very first time I watched Busy Going Backwards on Nick Jr. Classics. At the exact moment Toad crashed into the muddy pond and came to a stop in the muddy pond. At that very moment, I specifically remember at that very moment Toad crashed into the muddy pond, my dad coming into the lounge and saying good morning. And then he said good morning right as Toad was bobbing up and down in the muddy pond right before he said, oh, stop that laugh. For some reason, that very specific memory has stuck with me. I told you us autistic people can remember some very specific things. Oh, stopped at last. Why did those 2 episodes in particular win awards, James? Why those 2 episodes in particular? Need to sort the doggos out? Okay, what do they need, Neon? I'm gonna ask Electro if the film's finished yet. Yes, exactly, John Murray. Oh dear. Yeah, my dad would often watch classic Thomas and classic cartoons with me and my sister. My dad always used to watch classic Tom and Jerry and even some of the newer Tom and Jerry cartoons with me and my sister on Boomerang when we were kids. Those were always nice memories. That was always nice whenever my dad would watch Tom and Jerry with me and my sister. I believe even to this day he still likes Tom and Jerry. And I don't blame him, it's good. He really is an adorable Lewis. Different from the regular episode? Oh, yeah, I guess. One that slightly breaks the formula. Same here. I'm a lot more familiar with the classic series. Boomerang and those nice memories. Nice. Oh, really? Oh, whoops. I don't know why I was swinging my headphones around like that and it hit the glass. How long that's going to last for? I really hope it doesn't last too much longer because baby Jake is just brain rot. You know it's still airing? Cool. Oh dear. No, we can't look at them individually, Levko. That would just take too long. Oh, it absolutely is. Neon. It's completely justifiable why Tom and Jerry has stood the test of time and is still around and is still alive and kicking with new cartoons being made even today. I don't like any of those shows except for Numberjacks, Lewis. Numberjacks was a very fun and creative idea for teaching children basic maths and logic. It genuinely was a very fun and creative idea for teaching young children basic maths and logic. All those other shows do not hold a candle to Numberjacks. The best way I can describe Numberjacks is that it's charming nightmare fuel. Like, it has lots of merit and a lot of charm to it, and it has some good ideas behind it, but it did terrify a lot of people. That's why I basically refer to Numberjacks as charming nightmare fuel. Deranged. The Puzzler still remains the most deranged of the meanies to me. Yeah, but yeah, Neon, Tom and Jerry absolutely did set the bar for slapstick. Overly critical with modern kids things. Does your dad like Bluey? Levko, I'd expect so, considering you and your family live in Australia. I don't know, he's probably gone off somewhere MLP fan. Anyway, Neon, out of interest, what did the dogs you're looking after at the moment need? Out of interest. I'm gonna keep going for a bit longer, see if Electro returns. It? Yeah, fair. One in Easter of last year, so 2024, I remember watching an episode of Bluey, specifically one of the best episodes, Sleepy Time. I remember watching that episode when my uncle, auntie, and cousin came over in Easter of 2024. Yeah, my young cousin insisted we watched that episode, and all of us watched that episode together, and I'm glad we did. That remains the only Bluey episode I've seen in full so far, but even so, from the other clips of Bluey I've seen, it's a very, very nice show. If there was a Bluey... I know there's a Bluey film that's going to be coming out within the next year or two. I know that for a fact. And I'm kind of tempted to go see it, even though I'm well outside the target audience. I'm kind of tempted to go see the new Bluey film. It won me over? Yeah, Bluey succeeded in winning me over as well. It's one of the few genuinely good modern kids shows. Exactly, and it is John Murray. Has dazzling animation and it's very emotional. So in what way are the dogs active at the moment, Neon? When me and my brother were younger, I see. Went out for dinner tonight? That's fine, Martin. Haven't been out for dinner in a long time, have you? Nice. All that matters is that you enjoy it. You're absolutely right. I did say that myself. To watch the Bluey film. You're absolutely right. If the Bluey film gets good reviews, which it most likely will, then if the Bluey film gets rave reviews, which it most likely will, considering Bluey's overall reputation, then I most likely will go and see it, despite it mostly being made for kids. Dr. Teeth, I remember her. That I'll be her test subject for her experiments. Before passing me over to the problem of experiments in changing shape, I take it. No one knows yet, train guy. I reckon it'll be something interesting, though. I imagine it being something like Puffin Rock and the New Friends. Exactly, John Murray. Definitely be seeing it. Awesome. Right, guys, I think I'm gonna go to 11. See if we can get a bit more time for give Electro a bit more time to come back after he's finished watching Wicked. I'm gonna go to 11. But then after 11, I really will need to go to sleep because I need to be up, not too early, but early-ish, to catch my train round to the Bluebell Railway, over to East Grinstead to the Bluebell Railway. 20-minute episode of Bluey. One of those half-hour films? Nice. I've heard of that 28-minute special episode. And is assigned. Douglas joins the Lumberjacks and is assigned as Lumberjack 10. Oh, nice, James. Still there, Neon, or are you still looking after the... Only 30 seconds, okay. Oh, gooey. Very active doggo.
Let's go.
Jesus, that would be horrifying, Joe, when his face detaches. That's adorable. Very, very active doggo. Been scared of me? What is that? Why he was barking so much? Why was he so scared of you? Yeah, I'm gonna go until 11 as I said, but why was he so scared of you? Then after that I really will need to go to sleep. Trip out to the Bluebell Railway tomorrow. Use the original Douglas model. That would be a good idea. Make Lumberjack 10. Yeah, I think that would be a better idea, James. Just very sudden. I don't know. He shouldn't see you as a threat, though, Levko. You're not gonna hurt him. still on the Magic Railroad. Especially if it took them over. Seeing Thompson A1 economics. That would make something interesting. But why Ari and Bert though? Why not Splatter and Dodge? As they're the ones associated with Magic Railroad. Diesel 10. Ice. I ain't got time to save all day. Yeah, Diesel 10, you only save like 1 second by calling them Splodge and not Splatter and Dodge. You only save like 1 second, so why don't you have time to spend an even 1 extra second saying both their names? It's a bit stupid. But then again, Diesel 10's supposed to be a bit stupid in his evil ways, isn't he? Go on a high, nice. Sculloey 345. Isn't it Sculloey 123 we all don't, that's been controversial? What's wrong with Sculloey 345? Bit like Snowbell. Is Snowbell the cat from Stuart Little? Give him what he became, I know. Big puppy doo-doo. What? Why having say that? Die. I don't think that would make people laugh really, but okay. That on its own anyway. Excuse me. Star must have just spawned. Oh shit. purge from Earth anyways. Oh, Jesus, really? Can't solve these puzzles. Ah. Puzzling puzzlers. Big arms. Die! 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 Oh, let's go send something else. Hold on. Chat's a bit dead at the moment. What do you mean, Cassie? Oh my god, say one thing then, please. What do you mean, when is the 4th of July? It's on the 4th of July. The 4th of July is on the 4th of July. How stupid do you have to be to ask a question like that? Edit to that screenshot? What screenshot? Hello Spyro Kirby, nice to see you. We're only gonna go for like 18 more minutes though. One of Diesel's expression? Diesel 10 expression. I see. Nice. Sort of thing I'd ask. No, it sounds like the sort of thing Patrick Starr would ask John Murray. Number taker or the puzzler? Yeah. Oh, I'm Spooky Spoon, especially in Out of Order when she gets really close up. I am Spooky Spoon! Jesus. Am I not sleeping and climbing the sofa as their own? greatest mix out of them all! Are we gonna do with Cassie? Dump her? Oh god. Kills Ford off cover. Well, he didn't really kill her, just made him disappear, but I get why she may as well have killed him by making him disappear. So why is it with the 4th of July? And while I'm not American, while I'm personally not American, I think I am genuinely looking forward to the 4th of July this year. Mainly because of the American Trains live stream I have planned for that day, as you all know. And also, before the stream, I'm gonna watch both Team America and Independence Day, the film, the Roland Emmerich film. Yeah, I want to watch both. I want to watch both Team America and the Roland Emmerich Independence Day before next Friday's stream. What day of the week it was? Well, it's this time next week, the 4th of July. So obviously it's going to be on Friday. Pink spoon arguing with a TL number 5. Pink plastic spoon arguing with a teal number 5. Welcome back, Electro. At the moment, Cassie came on again just now, Electro, and she asked when the 4th of July was, which is just one of the dumbest questions someone could ask. When is the 4th of July? It's on the 4th of July. How dumb do you have to be to ask a question like that? Even asking what day Christmas is on isn't as dumb of a question, because it doesn't tell you when Christmas is. Going to the Neen Valley NVR's in the Neen Valley Railway? Nice. Lumberjack being drains. The dumbest question, exactly, John Murray. Well, anyway, Electro, hold on. Let me teleport back to spawn. I don't remember that, John Murray, but that is especially dumb. Well, she could have worded it like that, Electro. When is X day can mean anything. It can mean what day of the month is it on? It can mean what day of the month is something on. It can mean what day of the week is something on, or it can mean what you just said, Electro. How many days it is until something. Yes, I have, Levko, especially the Mr. Creosote scene. It's so disgusting, but so funny, Mr. Creosote scene. And in fact, I have been rewatching the Mr. Creosote scene in recent days. Even earlier today, I was rewatching the Mr. Creosote scene. Oh my god. You saw the question for what it is? Exactly. Well, anyway, Electro, something else. Hang on, let me just mute this. Something else we were talking about. Hold on, I'll just let Neon know you've returned. See if you can get a quick conversation in with him before the stream ends. Yes. So anyway, Electro. If not, then it doesn't matter. Independence Day is July 4th. Exactly. It's this time next Friday, Spyro Kirby, and in honor of Independence Day, I've decided I want to theme next Friday's live stream to American trains, American railroads. There's so much I want to say about American railroads, especially like the Transcontinental Railroad, for example. Organ transplant scene. Oh yeah, I remember that one as well. Oh yeah, and the scene where a woman gave birth to a baby. Anyway, Electro, something else we were talking about earlier in the stream was... Something else we were talking about earlier in the stream, Electro. Well, I'm not really celebrating it, Electro. I'm rather showing my respect for America and the people who live there, especially my American fans. I just really wanted to do a live stream themed to American railroads, and felt that Independence Day, as Independence Day is next Friday, I felt that there'd be no better time to do it. Saying there's a problem, Bob, to the North Pole. Saying the problem, Bob, to the North Pole is found its way into Europe, I guess, but yeah, we don't really celebrate Independence Day here in the UK, though I do want to show respect for my American... I do like to show respect for America and my American followers on Independence Day by doing things like watching Team America and the Roland Emmerich Independence Day. I'll do both. I'll watch both of those films on Independence Day before the stream. Anyway, Electro, so one other thing we were talking about earlier in the stream are these particular locomotives. Oh, welcome back, Neon. I'm just telling Electro about the Night Owl locomotives. So these Great Western Railway locomotives, the 4700 class, have the nickname Night Owls. And I figured I'd tell you about this as well, Electro, because as you know, Electro, Neon really likes owls. And Electro, I was wondering, for some reason, Lumberjacks don't like bigger sandwiches when I go to town on the thing. Oh, God, James. Go to drive a sandwich like in the Krusty Krab, like in the SpongeBob film, the Patty Wagon. But anyway, Electro, I was just, earlier in the stream, I was telling about Neon about these locomotives called the Night Owls. The GWR 4700 class nicknamed the Night Owls. And Electro, what I was wondering was if you think that was a cute nickname for these locomotives, because Neon thought it was cute. The reason they were nicknamed, the 4700 class was nicknamed Night Owls, is because they were mainly built to pull nighttime goods trains. So do you think that's a cute nickname for them, Electro, the Night Owls? Capratti. I'll have a look at it in a second, Levco, eat this sandwich. Eat the damn sandwich. So, Electro, do you think the nickname Night... This is a cute nickname for these locomotives? If you're still there, Electro? Neon thought it was cute. Still there, Electro? Awesome. You've had a good evening looking after those dogs, haven't you? Yeah, I want to get Electro's opinion on these locomotives being nicknamed Night Owls before I end the stream. I've just had an even better idea, Neon. I've just had an even better idea in regards to these locomotives. What if the new build Night Owl under construction at the moment, Neon, was named Angus? So yeah, Electro, I want to know what you think of the nickname of these locomotives, these Great Western locomotives, being nicknamed Night Owls. As these engines, as you know, Neon likes owls a lot, because I think they're a really cute nickname. These Night Owls are the most underrated Great Western locomotives for me. Because, Electro, they're nicknamed Night Owls because they were mainly built to pull nighttime goods trains. They were mainly built to pull nighttime express goods trains at speed. So the 4700s would mainly be seen operating at night and at the crack of dawn, awaiting their nocturnal duties. That's why they're called Night Owls. So I was wondering if you thought that was a cute nickname, Electro. Neon, what if the new Night Owl that's currently being built was called Angus? In fact, screw it. That's what I'm going to call the new Night Owl locomotive under construction, Angus, in honor of Neon's owl. Yeah, sod it. Number 4409's name shall be Angus. That's what I'm going to call him anyway. So is that a cute nickname to you, Electro? Alright, that's fine, Martin. Thank you for coming. That is a collective name for all trains that operate at night? Not really. It's not really a collective name. It's just a nickname given to the 4700 class locomotives in particular because they mainly ran at night. I just thought you'd find that a cute nickname, Electro, especially as Neon found it very cute. It does make... because, Stan, I wanted to get Electro's opinion on the nickname of Night Owls. I wanted to see if he found the nickname cute, because I do. Does make sense nickname-wise? Exactly. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean everyone else does. I find it cute as well. It sounds so... Well, if you think it's generic, Electro, then... Well, thanks for sharing your opinion regardless. But what do you think would be... Yes, you do, Electro, but I do. Neon, I've decided that the new build 4700 that's being built at the moment, I'm going to call him Angus in honor of the owl that... in honor of your owl, Neon, I'm going to call the new 4700 that's being built Angus. That would be his name in my Thompson A1. It sounds interesting, but Night Owl just seems like a name you can just give to any train. Now that I think about it, Electro, you're kind of right, especially when it comes to, like, the travelling post office trains that used to run at night over the West Coast Main Line and such. No. It doesn't matter if it doesn't end up being called Angus Electro or not receiving a name at all. I don't expect this new 4700 that's being built to be called to have a nameplate, because GWR goods engines didn't really have names. It was only really the passenger engines that had names. But I personally am going to refer to the new 4700 locomotive that's being built as Angus. Exactly, Neon. The letters from the bank. Letters from the bank was the code name for any train that was the code name for cargo. That was for any money that was being transported by train. Physical banknotes. Pay good money to see 4 from BFP, 4 from Numberjacks in a fight. So would I. That would be awesome to see. But what do you think would be a cute nickname for a class of train, Electro? What do you think would be a cute nickname for a class of train? Be it a locomotive or multiple unit. Welcome back, Jacob. We're ending very shortly. Just quickly talking about the Night Owl locomotives, as I wanted to know if Electro found that nickname cute, just as Neon does. Oh, Neon thinks unicorns would be a cute nickname for it. I totally see why. I reckon I can see a steam locomotive class being nicknamed unicorns if they had a very long and tall funnel, a very long and tall chimney like a unicorn horn. Cavalry. That's not really a cute name, but it is a very powerful name, especially as trains in general are very powerful things. So yeah, the cavalry class definitely sounds like an awesome name for a class of train. Cavalry class absolutely sounds like a good name for a class of train. D362. Javoda is here. Oh, nice. Numberjacks being deranged. Oh, yeah, the Numberjacks were deranged. Unfortunately, giving it to a fleet? Exactly. Yeah, D is, D basically means refer to any diesel number. Number of diesel locomotives. A collection, so Electro, a fleet of any mass-produced type of steam locomotive. Any steam locomotive that's of the same type, a group of steam locomotives that are of the same type of each other is basically called a class, Electro. That's basically what you mean by fleet. And what's meant by class. A group of locomotives of the exact same design. That's what's meant by class of locomotive. Pre-tops like a numbering steam. Exactly. So yes, Electro, cavalry class does sound like an awesome name for a fictional class of steam locomotive. Why did no one think of that before? I do remember calling one of your Hornby feats the Quintad. Yes, there were 5 of them in a single picture once. So unfortunately, Electro, only nine 4700 class Night Owl locomotives were built. So only 9 of these were built, Electro, and sadly, all 9 of them were scrapped. Luckily, Electro, as I said, a 10th one, number 4709, is currently under construction. It's a new build, just like Beachy Head was. Just like Beachy Head is, rather. And I cannot wait for the new build, 4700 class Night Owl to be completed. The Quintad? Yeah, especially if it was a fleet of 5. Group of 5 trains, exactly. I think that was the whole idea of that episode, James. There has also been some controversy with the 4700 class new build project Electro. They're having to use the boiler from a Great Western Castle class locomotive to build the new Night Owl Electro. And that's caused some controversy because it's meant that Thornbury Castle, the boiler that's been taken to build the new Night Owl, means that Thornbury Castle will now be out of service for a good long time, or maybe even scrapped, which has caused a lot of controversy. And while I understand the controversy, I'd rather have 1 less of the 8 castles preserved. I'd rather only have 7 preserved castle-class engines if it means we're going to get a brand new Night Owl, of which all members of the Night Owls were scrapped. So yeah, I understand the controversy in using Thornbury Castle's boiler for the new Night Owl project. However, I think it's an understandable sacrifice. Plus, it saves the Night Owl project team having to commission a new boiler to be built at the Boilersmiths, which would be a lot more expensive and time-consuming than simply using an already existing boiler. So do you understand the controversy as well, Electro? What's this? Well, we're ending in 3 minutes, Neon. Oh, that's alright, Electro. 42244 locomotive being called Unicorn. Well, I know its fleet numbers changed at some point in the late 50s, early 60s. Exactly, Neon. Thanks, John Murray. We're ending soon anyway. See you next week. Yeah, we're ending in 2 minutes anyway, Neon. Well, basically, Electro, they're using a boiler from an already preserved Castle-class locomotive to build the new Night Owl locomotive, and that's caused some controversy using the boiler of an already preserved locomotive. Some railway enthusiasts aren't keen on the idea at all. That's basically what I'm saying. What I was saying, Electro, is that some enthusiasts don't like how the boiler from an already preserved locomotive is being used on the new Night Owl project. And while I understand the controversy, I see it as a necessary sacrifice, and an understandable one as well. I was wondering what you thought of that controversy, Electro. See, it says here, in May 2023, the Railway magazine reported that the use of the castle's boiler for the Night Owl project had been confirmed as an announcement on the 24th of April by Richard Croucher of the 4709 group. As a result, the magazine reported savings of £500,000 would be made by the project, as it would say, and it would see a time saving of 5 years. Yeah. Makes a lot more sense to use a pre-existing boiler in that case if it's going to save 5 years on the project. So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one. It's from SpongeBob, Loveco. In conclusion, I'm really looking forward to seeing the brand new Night Owl completed, even if it means sacrificing one castle class. One of the preserved castle classes, but so be it. I'd rather have one less castle class if it means we're going to get a brand new Night Owl, of which none of the original class members were preserved. Dubbing their first engine Cape Horn. That would be awesome to see, Jacob. Alright guys, I absolutely must end the stream now. I've gone on 10 minutes longer than I said I would. I must end the stream now because I've got to be up fairly early to catch the train to East Grinstead for the Bluebell Railway's Model Railway weekend tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching tonight's stream, everyone. It's been a very, very fun one. It's been a very, very fun stream. Especially when odd Neon and Electro showed up. Oh, and Stan as well. Some very funny things were said in this stream. Yeah, this has been a very fun stream. Thank you all for helping to make this stream so special. See you next time, Loveco. As I said, guys, next week's stream will be themed to American railroads in honor of Independence Day. I'm going to take care of yourself, Neon. Gonna see if I can get out a new video at some point. Maybe even do another model railway review of whatever engine I buy at the model railway weekend, depending on what packaging it comes in, whether it's the original packaging or not. We'll see what happens either way. Thanks again so much for watching, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream as much as I did. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Good night, Electro. Sorry you didn't really understand what I was talking about towards the end, the controversy I was talking about towards the end, but doesn't matter. Either way, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. I'll see if I can get a new video out at some point, whether it's a VHS review, gameplay video, or another model railway video, or another vlog. We'll see what happens with it with those. Oh, that's adorable. Neon, thank you. Thank you all so much for watching. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, TrainLover16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. Also, go and follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Superdog, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.